Warrior Lore. Chapter 26:33. Gu Ling wanted to use the cosmic stone to lure the ancestral dragon herb out, but it was eventually lured out by her. She once heard from her father, Gu Fei, that the ancestral dragon divine medicine was very interested in the immortal substance. If the ancestral dragon divine medicine was lured by the divine materials that contain the immortal substance, it might be possible to capture it. Of course, Gu Fei didn't need to capture the ancestral dragon herb, but Gu Ling was very playful and had always wanted to capture this legendary immortal herb. Little dragon, be good. Come over to big sister. Gu Ling waved at the Shaoqing dragon and slowly approached the Shaoqing dragon. The Shaoqing dragon seemed to be very annoyed. It stared at the cosmic stone in Gu Ling's hand and looked at the approaching Gu Ling. One could tell that the ancestral dragon herb wanted the cosmic stone in Gu Ling's hand, but it also knew that Gu Ling had always wanted to capture it. What are you trying to do? I won't fall for it. A tender voice suddenly rang out in Gu Ling's mind, just like an innocent child's voice. What? Gu Ling stopped and her face was filled with shock. The ancestral dragon herb actually had its own consciousness and was a complete life form. Humph, you're that bad guy's daughter. You want to capture me? The childish voice rang in Gu Ling's mind once again. What bad guy's daughter? Gu Ling was startled, but she soon understood that the Shaoqing dragon was probably referring to her father, Gu Fei. She didn't think that Gu Fei was actually a bad guy in the eyes of the Shaoqing dragon. Little dragon, my father is not a bad guy. Do you know that the outside world is in chaos? You'll be captured and eaten alive if you stay outside. Gu Ling said seriously. What? The world is changing again? The Shaoqing dragon seemed to be shocked. It had lived for countless years and naturally knew many secrets of the world. Moreover, it had once followed a Zhizun. Those fellas are coming back again. The Shaoqing dragon seemed to know something, and it seemed to be afraid. Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you. Gu Ling said, the 3 realms and 6 Daos are in chaos. I'm afraid this place isn't safe either. The Shaoqing dragon panicked. Little Long Long, what are you afraid of? My father will protect you. Don't worry. Gu Ling comforted the ancestral dragon divine medicine. Little girl, what do you know? This life is different from the rest. Shaoqing dragon wanted to say something but hesitated. Then tell me, what's different about this life? Gu Ling's eyes lit up. She knew that the ancestral dragon divine medicine definitely knew something that she didn't. It might be related to the great secret of the heaven and earth. Your cultivation is too weak. What's the point of telling you? After saying that, the little azure dragon disappeared into the mist in a flash. It was nowhere to be seen. Hey, Xiao Long Long, don't go. When Gu Ling saw that the Shaoqing dragon had disappeared without a trace, she could not help but be shocked. The ancestral dragon divine medicine must know that something is about to happen. This is no small matter. Gu Ling's expression turned solemn. She had to tell her father about this. With the change of the heaven and earth, those supreme existences that had retreated would definitely make a comeback. If one knew oneself and one's enemy, they would be able to win every battle. Without hesitation, Gu Ling crushed a jade talisman in her hand. A ball of divine light rushed out from the hand that she used to crush the talisman, instantly enveloping her. Swish! The void trembled. The ball of divine light shrunk and instantly disappeared into the void. Gu Ling's figure also disappeared along with the ball of divine light. When Gu Ling disappeared, the shadow of a dragon appeared where she was just a moment ago. Another reincarnation. This time, perhaps it will be different. The Shaoqing dragon that was formed by the ancestral dragon divine medicine mumbled to itself. The ancestral dragon divine medicine could not cultivate to become a supreme expert. The heavens were fair. The immortal divine medicine had an endless lifespan and could coexist with the heaven and earth. However, the price for the immortal divine medicine to have an endless lifespan was that it could not cultivate to become a supreme expert. Although the immortal divine medicine could transform and travel, it did not have any powerful techniques. Once it encountered a powerful expert, it would be hard to escape and would be captured. As the one and only ancestral dragon divine medicine in the world, if it was captured, it would have a tragic ending. It would be imprisoned and forced to continuously refine the immortal divine medicine. Some experts even wanted to directly consume the immortal divine medicine and refine the immortal divine medicine to increase their cultivation level, allowing them to have an endless lifespan. However, those who obtained the immortal godly medicine wouldn't actually consume it. Most of them would carry it with them in case of emergencies. The ancestral dragon divine medicine had existed for countless years. This 1-foot-long Shaoqing dragon was the real antique. No one could compare to it in terms of knowledge. It was a living history book, recording all kinds of great secrets of the world from ancient times until now. Of course, the ancestral dragon divine medicine could not record everything. Its ability was limited. Sigh, it seems like I can only live one day at a time. The ancestral dragon divine medicine felt helpless. It then walked into the heavenly spring of life and immersed itself in the liquid. At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. This person was a woman in white, an otherworldly and refined woman. This woman's body was covered by a veil. The ancestral dragon divine medicine. The woman in white murmured to herself. Her eyes lit up and became as bright as the stars. This woman in white was Yaoji. She had followed the immortal divine medicine to this area, but she did not hear the conversation between Gu Ling and the ancestral dragon divine medicine. One should know that the communication between the ancestral dragon divine medicine and Gu Ling was through divine sense. If only I could get my hands on this divine medicine. Thinking of this, Yaoji's breathing quickened. She knew very well what it meant to get her hands on an immortal divine medicine. However, she quickly gave up on this idea. One should know that this was Gu Fei's inner world. She knew that she was Gu Zhong's wife. Even if she stole the immortal divine medicine, Gu Fei would not kill her. However, if she did that, her relationship with Gu Zhong would be broken. Rumble. While Yaoji was lost in thought, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the core area of this world. An extremely powerful aura spread out from it. Feeling this aura, Yaoji was shocked. She was very familiar with this aura because it belonged to her husband. Gu Zhong has recovered. Yaoji was shocked, but then she was overjoyed. She turned around and rushed into the depths of this world. Chapter 26:34. The miraculousness of the ancestral dragon medicine was nothing new to Gu Fei. It had to be known that the godly medicine of immortality was definitely the longest living being in the world. It was a miracle in the world. Some people guessed that there might be a great secret behind the godly medicine of immortality. It had to be known that countless geniuses had appeared throughout the countless years. These people only had one goal in cultivation, and that was to become a supreme expert, undying and indestructible. The godly medicine of immortality seemed to be innately undying, which made everyone extremely envious. Many people had researched the godly medicine of immortality, but most of them ended up with nothing. Gu Fei was also very interested in these undying beings, but he also knew that the ancestral dragon medicine of immortality would not reveal its secrets so easily. In reality, even the ancestral dragon medicine itself probably did not know why it had become an undying being. Gu Fei did not say much about what Gu Ling had said. Gu Ling entered Gu Fei's inner world again. She was unwilling to give up and wanted to capture the sly Shaoqing dragon. Gu Fei only smiled at Gu Ling's desire to capture the ancestral dragon medicine. He did not deny it. Yin and her daughter could enter Gu Fei's inner world at will. Gu Fei had no secrets for them, but other people did not receive such treatment. At this moment, a supreme saint ruler's aura appeared in Gu Fei's inner world. Endless essence of the world began to gather towards the depths of the world. A figure sat in the air above the largest spring in the depths of the divine land, shining with millions of resplendent golden lights. It was like a golden sun was fixed there, illuminating the entire world in gold. The saint ruler's aura was vast and mighty, causing all living beings in the region to be terrified. At this moment, a Shaoqing dragon stuck its head out from behind a boulder beside the spring. It directly ignored the saint ruler's aura that descended from the sky. First senior brother. On a mountain peak 1,000 miles away from the divine spring stood a figure. This person was Gu Ling. A powerful pressure of a saint ruler came from the front, causing Gu Ling's mind to tremble. In another area, Yaoji was also standing on a mountain, looking at the figure in the distant sky. The divine spring of life really has the miraculous effect of turning something rotten into something magical. It's simply stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. While Yaoji was pleasantly surprised, she was also shocked. Gu Zhong had suffered an unimaginable injury. If he was an ordinary person, he would have perished already. However, he was Gu Zhong. Thus, it was difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Rumble! The void trembled and rays of bright light rushed over from all directions. All of them entered the figure above the spring. The golden light coming from the figure gradually became stronger. 9 golden Tao patterns appeared on his body, and his Tao laws became even more complete. The aura of the Great Path surrounded him. The Great Path of metal that Gu Zhong cultivated was transforming into a flawless Great Path. After Gu Zhong's cultivation broke through to the Saint Ruler realm, the Tao laws of the Great Path of metal were perfected. Of course, it was impossible for him to cultivate a flawless Great Path. It should be known that those who could cultivate a Great Path to perfection were the legendary Supreme Beings. If he could cultivate a flawless Great Path, then Gu Zhong would become a Supreme Being. The essence of the world in Gu Fei's inner world was dense, providing endless essence for Gu Zhong's reborn Saint Ruler martial body. Soon, the aura of a Saint Ruler on Gu Zhong's body increased rapidly. Even Yaoji could not bear it and had to retreat further away. On the mountain peak 1,000 miles away, Gu Ling was not affected by the aura of a Saint Ruler. She had the Emperor Divine Mace with her, which could dissolve the aura of a Saint Ruler. Several hours later, a long roar was heard, spreading across the entire divine land. Countless creatures were terrified. Master has come out of seclusion. Meng Long rushed out from where the Meng family was and looked at the depths of this world in shock. As Gu Zhong's disciple, he was naturally very familiar with Gu Zhong's aura. Meng Long knew from Gu Ling that Gu Zhong was in seclusion in the depths of this world. With such a commotion, it was obvious that Gu Zhong was about to come out. Meng Long quickly rushed down from the sky and returned to the valley. He gathered his clansmen and prepared to welcome Gu Zhong. At this time, in the core area of the divine land, endless spiritual qi was vast and mighty. All the spiritual qi of the world was gathering here. Spiritual light that was visible to the naked eye flashed continuously. The entire core area of the divine land was shrouded in a layer of hazy spiritual light, like a land of immortals. In fact, the area where the divine spring of life was located was originally a land of immortals. Even if one searched the entire 3 realms and 6 paths, there would not be more than 3 such places. Just as Gu Zhong was absorbing the spiritual qi of the world, a figure silently appeared on the mountain peak where Gu Ling was. "Father, you..." Gu Ling was almost startled by the sudden appearance of Gu Fei. "Very good. I was just worrying about not having a helper." Gu Zhong's recovery at this time couldn't be better. Gu Fei looked into the depths of the world with a profound look in his eyes. "Father, you're finally going to take action. Who's your opponent?" Gu Ling's spirit was lifted when she heard this. Ever since she broke through to the quasi-sage realm, she had not fought with anyone yet. As a warrior, fighting with others, even fighting to the death, was also a very important part of cultivation. It should be known that warriors were born to be warriors. "You only know how to cause trouble." Gu Fei rubbed Gu Ling's head dotingly. "Father, I'm a quasi-sage after all." Gu Ling protested unhappily. "Got it. Our little darling is the strongest." He. Gu Fei burst out laughing. "Father." Gu Ling was not going to let it go. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, Gu Ling would always be a child. Even if she became a sage in the future, nothing would change. When Gu Zhong came out of seclusion, a little monk who looked like he was carved out of jade walked out from an ancient temple on the West Earth's Buddhist sect's Spirit Mountain. If Gu Fei were to see this little monk, he would definitely be shocked. This little monk was Fanxio. "It's time to make a trip to the East Domain." The little monk Fanxio muttered to himself with a tender voice. If one didn't know his background, they wouldn't be able to guess that this fellow was the antique that old tortoise dug out from the tomb of the Buddhist lord. The little monk left the spiritual mountain. Just as he was about to leave, an old monk appeared in front of the ancient temple. Finally left? Chapter 26:35. Fanxio left Spirited Mountain and went to the eastern region through the interdomain teleportation formation. The appearance of the ancient road to heaven made all the old antiques restless. Some experts who had just woken up from their long slumber rushed to the eastern region. All the superpowers on the Tonglong continent had sent their experts to the eastern region. Now, the eastern region had attracted the attention of all the experts on the ancestral star of the soaring dragon continent. Swoosh! In the depths of the eastern domain's mountains, a resplendent Buddhist light rushed out from an ancient temple. Then, the Buddhist light gradually dimmed. A little monk, who looked like he was carved from jade, pushed open the rotten wooden door and walked out of the ancient temple. Eastern region. The little monk raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were incomparably deep. It was hard to imagine that a young monk would have such a gaze. The little monk suddenly smiled. Then, he turned his right hand, and a purple gold alms bowl appeared in his hand. Then, he left the ancient temple. Superpowers like the Buddhism sect of the West Earth had secret teleportation formations in all the major regions. At this time, many experts had come to the eastern region or were on their way. The sky market was definitely very lively at this time. In the depths of the sky market, there was an ancient road stained with blood that extended into the endless void. At the end of the ancient road was the legendary Heaven Realm. Although countless people wanted to enter the Heaven Realm, when an Empyrean saint died on the ancient road to heaven, it shocked everyone. No one would step on the ancient road even if they knew that they would lose their lives. However, Empyrean saints were arrogant. They all thought that they were not weaker than others. There were some Empyrean saints who did not believe in the untruth and finally stepped on the ancient road. However, this Empyrean saint was no exception. He also died on the ancient road. But this time, there was a great battle on the ancient road. A hairy arm fell from the ancient road. It was an arm that was more than 10 zhang long. It belonged to an unknown living being. There was a terrifying and ferocious aura lingering around the arm. The fiendish aura emanating from that unknown creature's arm was enough to make even a saint's heart palpitate. It was hard to imagine the intensity of the battle at the end of the ancient path. During the great battle, the entire ancient path was trembling, cracks appearing one after another. However, the Tao platform appeared at the crucial moment, stabilizing the entire ancient path. Otherwise, the entire ancient path would have collapsed. Although that ancient saint had fallen on the ancient path, it also gave people a glimmer of hope. Although the ancient path was dangerous, it wasn't invincible. The unknown creature was also injured. I heard that Zhang Renhuang, who has disappeared for countless years, has returned to the Zhang family. We should go and ask Zhang Renhuang for help. The last human sovereign of the primordial era has returned. Someone had revealed such a big secret. It was really shocking. Zhang Renhuang was the last Renhuang to obtain the fruit of the Renhuang path during the Untainted Land era. However, before the Untainted Land calamity, this Renhuang had disappeared. No one knew that Zhang Renhuang had fallen into a trap and had been in a deep sleep for countless years. Who could ask Zhang Renhuang for help? Someone said disdainfully. That was a human sovereign of a generation. Who could ask him for help? Actually, if that person from the Dongfang family is willing to help, we might be able to eliminate the threat on the ancient path. Someone suggested. That's right. Although Ba Huang hasn't obtained the fruit of the Renhuang path, he is infinitely close to that level. With his help, we can naturally kill the unknown creature on the ancient path. Someone who was on good terms with the Dongfang family said, in my opinion, even Gu Fei can kill his way to the heaven realm from the ancient path. Someone who was on bad terms with the Dongfang family said disapprovingly, Gu Fei wants to be mentioned in the same breath as Ba Huang? He doesn't have the qualifications. Someone said disdainfully, is that so? Do you think you have the qualifications? Someone said tit for tat. Outside the ancient road to heaven, the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Some people who didn't get along with each other almost started a fight. However, both sides held back. At this time, no one wanted to complicate the issue. At noon, A little monk in a white monk robe entered the sky market and went directly to the ancient road to heaven. He stared at the ancient road to heaven, thinking about something. Where did this little monk come from? Someone immediately noticed the little monk holding the purple gold alms bowl. The Buddhism of the West Earth. Why is there a little monk here? Someone said in shock. However, when the saints and ancient saints near the ancient road to heaven saw the little monk, they couldn't help but shiver. He's here again, an ancient saint said to himself. An ancient saint muttered. During the great calamity of the primordial era, someone had seen the figure of this little monk. This little monk looked very young, but he was definitely an unimaginably powerful existence. Some people said that the little monk was the incarnation of the ancient Buddha, but no one could prove it. As long as this guy appears, nothing good will happen. Some ancient saints frowned when they saw the little monk. They thought of many things. The name Fanshio was definitely a jinx in the distant past. Rumble. Not long after the little monk appeared, an extremely powerful aura appeared in the distance and quickly approached the ancient road to heaven. Sage Monarch. Sensing this aura, the saints and ancient saints near the ancient road to heaven couldn't help but change their expressions. Sage monarchs were existences that surpassed the saints. Little bald donkey, you still dare to show up? A loud shout came from the distance. A golden figure that looked like a metal deity came across the sky and rushed towards the little monk in front of the ancient road to heaven. Hearing the person calling the little monk little bald donkey, even the ancient saints were startled. Nephew, I am your elder after all. It's better to show some respect. The little monk held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and turned around with a smile. I will respect you, big bald head. The person directly threw a punch towards the little monk. His fist blossomed with a dazzling golden light, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. The powerful strength of a Saint King suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding space to shatter under the pressure of the golden fist, and even the chaotic chi was forced out. Seeing the power of this fist, everyone was incomparably shocked. At the same time, they also knew who it was. That person was actually the eldest disciple of Gu Fei, Gu Zhong. How long has it been? To think that he would be able to recover so quickly. How did Gu Fei do it? Everyone found it hard to imagine. One should know that when Gu Zhong went through the tribulation, he suffered an unimaginable injury. This was something that everyone had personally witnessed. Chapter 26:36. Gu Zhong's appearance shocked everyone. It should be known that when he was undergoing the Saint King tribulation, he suffered an unimaginable injury. His body and soul were almost destroyed. However, with Gu Fei's help, Gu Zhong would not die. However, even if he did not die, it would not be easy for him to recover completely. Many people were curious as to what method Gu Fei used to help Gu Zhong recover in such a short period of time. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Gu Zhong directly displayed the powerful battle strength of a Saint King. He punched through the void, and his golden fist carried a terrifying destructive power as it smashed towards Fanshio. Nephew Gu, come to the alms bowl. Little monk Fanshio took out the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. A Buddha's light radiated from the purple gold alms bowl. A golden vortex appeared in the purple gold alms bowl, generating a power that could devour the heavens. It wanted to devour Gu Zhong into the purple gold alms bowl. Go to the alms bowl. Gu Zhong roared angrily. His fist shook, and an even more powerful force erupted from his fist. It actually dispersed the devouring power that erupted from the purple gold alms bowl. Buzz. The purple gold alms bowl vibrated. Fanshio only felt his hand shake, and the purple gold alms bowl in his hand almost flew out. Io, nephew Gu, why are you so fierce? Fanshio laughed and soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived high up in the sky. Naturally, he also dodged Gu Zhong's full-powered punch. Boom! The ground sank, and the entire area looked like it was about to sink from Gu Zhong's punch. Dust rose high into the sky, and a large pit appeared where Fanshio had been standing. Cracks spread in all directions. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. One should know that this was the Sky Market. It was not an ordinary place. The Sky Market was formed by the fragments that fell from the heaven realm. The sky market still had the laws of the heaven realm. Although it was not complete, the sky market was still much more stable than the human realm. Not to mention a saint king, even a saint Venerable could not destroy the sky market. However, the battle strength that Gu Zhong displayed was too shocking. Little bald donkey Fanshdo. Gu Zhong's battle intent surged as he attacked the little monk once again. He extended his hand, and a huge golden hand immediately appeared, enveloping the entire area. Heaven-covering palm. Up in the sky, little monk Fanshio still had a smile on his face, as if he did not take Gu Zhong seriously at all. Rumble. The golden hand radiated with the terrifying might of a saint ruler, crushing the surrounding space. Cracks that resembled black lightning constantly flickered beneath the hand. Looks like it. However, it's impossible for an attack of this level to defeat me. Nephew Gu, I advise you not to waste your energy, Fanshio said. As he spoke, little monk Fanshio activated the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. A powerful Buddhist power surged out of the alms bowl and sucked the golden hand that was pressing down from the sky into the alms bowl. Gu Zhong was extremely shocked. One should know that he was a saint ruler, the king of the saints. The heaven-covering palm that he had unleashed with the cultivation of a saint ruler was actually easily countered by little monk Fanshio. Haha, nephew Gu, it's better for you to go back and ask your elders to come and catch up with me. Little monk Fanshio laughed and said in a childish voice, You dare to look down on me. Gu Zhong was instantly enraged. Haha, nephew Gu, I'm not looking down on you. You really can't do it, little monk Fanshio said. He did not expect that an old friend would appear and attack him as soon as he entered the sky market and arrived at the ancient road to heaven. Little monk Fanshio was shocked that Gu Zhong's cultivation had actually broken through to the saint ruler realm. One should know that even Gu Zhong's cultivation had risen to the saint ruler realm. Wouldn't that mean that Gu Fei's cultivation was even higher and his battle strength was even stronger? How dare you say that I can't do it? I'll kill you right now, Gu Zhong said angrily. Gu Zhong said angrily. As he spoke, he flipped his right hand and a golden pagoda appeared in his hand. After that, the golden pagoda flew up from his hand and became as large as a mountain. It pressed down on Fanshio's head. Countless runes appeared on the surface of the golden divine tower, and an astonishing power of the divine path erupted from within the divine tower, locking down the entire space. Little monk Fanshio raised his head and looked up. He was still smiling. Buzz. The purple gold alms bowl in little monk Fanshio's hand vibrated again. The powerful Buddhist power surged out from the purple gold alms bowl, and a swastika symbol vaguely appeared in the purple gold alms bowl. The Buddhist power that surged out from the purple gold alms bowl directly broke through the sealing power of the golden pagoda and shook the golden pagoda directly. What? Gu Zhong was truly moved this time. After all, the golden pagoda was a saint artifact gifted to him by his master. After his refinement, the golden pagoda was definitely the most powerful saint ruler Tao artifact. At this moment, 9 chains of order condensed from Buddhist power rushed out of the purple gold alms bowl. They directly wrapped around the golden pagoda in the sky and pulled it towards the purple gold alms bowl. Buzz. The golden divine pagoda kept buzzing, trying to break free from the restraints of the 9 Buddhist chains. However, the Buddhist chains displayed supreme power. The golden pagoda rapidly shrank before being pulled into the purple gold alms bowl. Haha, nephew, don't be so polite. Are you giving me a saint artifact? I'll gladly accept it. Little monk Fanshio smiled from ear to ear. Gu Zhong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This guy was just too despicable. He had an urge to fight him to the death, but he still endured it in the end. Little monk Fanshio was not easy to deal with. Just now, he had come in a threatening manner. His main purpose was to test this despicable little monk. Gu Zhong knew that this despicable little monk was still unfathomable. Even with his current cultivation, he still could not test this guy's depth. Nephew, why aren't you attacking? Little monk Fanshio was surprised to see Gu Zhong stop. Fanshio, do you only know how to bully the younger generation? Just as Gu Zhong was fuming with anger, a voice suddenly came from afar. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. The show is about to start. The experts who were watching nearby were both surprised and happy to see the person who had come. Little monk Fancio was going to be unlucky. After all, this person was infamous. It's you. Chapter 26:37. Gu Fei. The smile on Fancio's face finally disappeared when he saw who it was. You little baldy, you finally appeared. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Fancio. He didn't emit any powerful aura. He looked calm and composed, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Master. Gu Zhong hurried to greet him. At this moment, a few silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were the Iron Blood Taoist and the other subordinates of Gu Fei. Yin and her daughter were nowhere to be seen. Yaoji, on the other hand, was here. I can't believe that the insignificant little guy has grown to such a level. I was wrong about him back then. Little monk Fancio looked at Gu Fei for a while before sighing. His eyesight couldn't be compared to that old turtle, which made him very unhappy. Humph, there are many things that you can't imagine, Gu Fei said. Why? Do you want to fight? Little monk Fancio said. Gu Fei was definitely a rare opponent, and it made him itch to spar with him. His competitive spirit was aroused. Let's fight then. Gu Fei didn't show any weakness. He was very direct. He had wanted to fight against this little baldy for a long time. Especially with his current condition, he might be able to break through the shackles of his cultivation. Let's go to outer space. Fancio didn't hesitate. He turned into a golden Buddhist light and soared into the sky, entering the endless starry sky. Gu Fei also soared into the sky and used the 8 desolation steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. With just one step, he arrived in the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The two of them were indeed terrifyingly powerful. They instantly left the soaring dragon ancestral star and entered the starry sky. There were definitely many experts gathered near the ancient road to heaven. Some of them directly rushed into the starry sky to watch the battle. However, not everyone had the ability to enter the starry sky. Everyone wanted to watch the battle, but most of them could only watch helplessly. The Iron Blood Taoist and Gu Zhong glanced at each other before rushing into the starry sky. Rumble. The entire starry sky shook. Gu Fei and the little monk Fancio started fighting. Terrifying waves spread out and the stars exploded. Gu Fei and Fancio were really too strong. The two of them fought their way into the depths of the starry sky. Shua. Gu Fei extended his hand, and a star was immediately grabbed by him. He refined it into a divine bead and threw it at Fancio. Buzz. The alms bowl in little monk Fancio's hand buzzed. It directly sucked the bead into the alms bowl and refined it into dust. Humph. Again. Gu Fei extended his hands. This time around, he grabbed over a dozen stars and smashed them toward the little monk Fancio. Gu Fei, is this all you have? As little monk Fancio spoke, he still took out the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and stored the stars into it. This is just a warm-up. Gu Fei smiled. He naturally knew that such an attack would not be able to do anything to Fancio. Fancio's background was mysterious. Gu Fei did not dare to let his guard down. Is that so? Haha, then hurry up and use your true strength. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore. Fancio said with a smile. Very well, then I will be more serious. Gu Fei smiled and said. It was as though two old friends were sparring. Boom. An extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from Gu Fei's body. The entire starry sky was shaking. Spatial cracks appeared in the void. Each crack was as huge as a mountain. Gu Fei stretched out his hand. A chaotic hand immediately appeared in the void and slapped at Fancio. The huge hand enveloped the entire starry sky, and the stars exploded under the chaotic hand. Bang! Fancio stretched out his right hand and struck out the heavenly Buddha palm. The golden Buddha palm appeared under the starry sky and greeted Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. The heaven-covering palm was a supreme combat skill created by the martial ancestor. Once the heaven-covering palm was unleashed, even those with a higher cultivation than Gu Fei would have to retreat. However, the heavenly Buddha palm was also a great Buddhist skill created by the supremacy. The ancient Buddhist lord was a ruthless character that shocked the entire era. Rumble. The two huge hands collided with each other, and a thunderous sound erupted. It was extremely shocking. A terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing the stars in the entire starry sky to explode. This was a destructive storm. It spread out and affected the entire starry sky. The chaotic energy and Buddhist energy clashed. The void was collapsing and collapsing. Those who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. They quickly retreated further away. These two fellas, some powerful existences, couldn't help but frown when they saw this scene. After the power of heaven's wrath disappeared, beings above the sage level were no longer restrained and could attack without restraint. Beings above the sage level were different. Every time they made a move, they would use world-destroying techniques. How could the human realm withstand the torment of these people? If Gu Fei and Fan Xiu fought on the soaring dragon ancestral star, the entire eastern region would be affected and unimaginable damage would be caused. The two figures moved quickly in the starry sky like two apocalyptic deities. Wherever they passed, the void would shatter and the stars would explode. This battle attracted the attention of many people. Even the old ancestor of the Dongfang family was alarmed and appeared in the starry sky. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had a great enmity. The people of the Dongfang family naturally paid close attention to Gu Fei. This little baldy, the eastern sky tyrant king, looked pensive when he saw the little monk Fan Xiu. The old ancestor of the Dongfang family seemed to have noticed something, but she couldn't be sure. After all, if her guess was correct, it would definitely be the greatest secret in the world. An old ancestor of the Zhao family also came. He drove a chariot and stopped in the distant sky. The battle between Gu Fei and Fan Xiu shook all directions. Almost all the experts who entered the eastern region were alarmed. Powerful figures kept appearing in the starry sky. Gu Fei really lives up to his reputation. Someone exclaimed, a successor of martial arts. This guy is simply the reincarnation of a martial ancestor. Someone said. Many people whispered in the distant sky. They were all shocked by the combat strength displayed by Gu Fei. However, the little monk Fan Xiu was also very amazing. He could actually fight with Gu Fei endlessly. His incomparable strength surprised everyone. Only those old antiques could guess the origin of the little monk Fan Xiu. The others didn't know at all. However, some people had seen the little monk Fan Xiu before. They knew that he was the same kind of person as the old turtle. They were both old ancestors who used underhanded methods. The enmity between Gu Fei and the little monk Fan Xiu was actually not a secret. One had to know that Gu Fei had wreaked havoc in the West Earth Buddhism in the past. He almost overturned the holy land of the West Earth Buddhism, Mount Ling. The West Earth Buddhism had long regarded Gu Fei as a demon. They were always thinking of sending him to the afterlife. How did the little monk Fan Xiu become so powerful? In the distant sky, Gu Zhong was a little worried. The little monk Fan Xiu was unfathomable. He wasn't an ordinary person. Even when he used his full strength, he couldn't test out this guy's strength. The great techniques of the Buddhist sect do have some skills. The iron blood Taoist side. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the little monk Fan Xiu was really going all out. Buzz. Gu Fei separated his hands, and 9 primal chaos Tao patterns immediately rushed out from his body. They turned into 9 primal chaos sword lights and slashed at little monk Fan Xiu. The extremely sharp sword chi spread out from the chaotic sword lights. The temperature of the surrounding void dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. This was the divine sword of the Great Path. It slashed at the purple gold alms bowl in the little monk Fan Xiu's hand, causing it to shake. Sword marks were left on it. Little Gu, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown stronger. The little monk Fan Xiu said with a smile. The purple gold alms bowl buzzed and blocked all the chaotic sword lights that were slashing at him. The power of Buddha was vast and mighty, and lines of Buddha patterns appeared on Fan Xiu's body, making him look like a Buddha from the 9 heavens. Of course, with his current cultivation, he was actually no different from a real Buddha. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Try my Buddhist sword, the little monk Fan Xiu said loudly. Little monk Fan Xiu shouted. He shook the purple gold alms bowl in his hand, and 9 rays of Buddhist light and sword chi immediately rushed out from it and rushed toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei's face was solemn. He waved both his fists and directly smashed the Buddhist light and sword chi. He charged at the little monk Fan Xiao with incomparable strength. Eat my fist. Gu Fei directly punched the strongest fist. The power of chaos that surpassed the great saint level erupted from his fist. The entire starry sky was shaking. Stars fell from the sky and then exploded. This scene was extremely shocking. Very good. One move to decide the winner. The little monk Fan Xiao also put away his smile. A Buddha shadow emerged from his body and sat cross-legged in the void. There was a Sanskrit sound lingering in the void. Rumble. The Buddha shadow made a move. The powerful Buddhist power was mighty. Gu Fei's fist of chaos collided with the Buddha's hand. A monstrous wave of power erupted. The void was annihilated and directly turned into chaos. The Buddha shadow sitting cross-legged in the void dissipated. The little monk Fan Xiao was sent flying. Gu Fei did not feel good either. The powerful Buddhist power shook his blood and qi. His body flew thousands of feet away involuntarily before he stabilized his body. Gu Fei, I'll stop playing here for today. I'll play with you next time. The little monk Fan Xiao said and directly broke the void. He stepped in and escaped without hesitation. Damn it. Chapter 26:38. Even if Gu Fei made a move, it would still be difficult for him to stop the little monk Fan Xiao. The battle in the depths of the starry sky had ended. Everyone was shocked. Many people had a new understanding of Gu Fei. Many people knew that Gu Fei would soon become a revered martial artist. No one had been able to enter the realm of revered martial artist ever since the Chaos Era was broken. Gu Fei was definitely the first one to enter this realm after the Chaos Era was broken. As the battle ended, the experts who came to watch the battle gradually dispersed. Gu Fei also returned to the Soaring Dragon Ancestral Star and returned to the East region. The appearance of the little monk Fan Xiao made Gu Fei feel great pressure. West Earth Buddhism was finally going to take action. This was not a small matter. One should know that this was a sect founded by the Millennium Buddha Lord. It was an ancient inheritance. The depth of its foundation was absolutely unimaginable to outsiders. The Millennium Buddha Lord was definitely a different kind of revered martial artist because he did not only refine a supreme Buddhist weapon. No one knew how many Buddhist weapons he had refined. The power of the supreme Buddhist weapon was undeniable. Some people said that there should be supreme Buddhist weapons left by the Millennium Buddha Lord in West Earth Buddhism. Otherwise, West Earth Buddhism would have been razed to the ground after so many years. Gu Fei and the others returned to Wanxiang City. Master, that little monk Fan Xiao. In the main hall of the City Lord Mansion, Gu Zhong said to Gu Fei after everyone sat down. He was very worried about the little monk Fan Xiao. That guy's cultivation was too strong. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me. When you guys meet that guy, don't try to be brave, understand? Gu Fei looked at everyone and said, yes. Everyone nodded and said, all of you can leave. Gu Fei waved his hand and said. Everyone quickly stood up, bowed to Gu Fei, and left the room. Father. Just as everyone left the main hall, Gu Ling ran in from outside. Father, I heard that you fought with that little monk Fan Xiao, right? What was the result? Gu Ling came to Gu Fei's side and shook Gu Fei's arm. You sure are well informed. Weren't you in the godly land trying to catch the immortal herb? Why did you come out? Gu Fei smiled and said, Father, don't change the topic. Tell me, who is stronger between you and that little monk? Gu Ling said relentlessly, Haha, could it be that you have no confidence in your father? Gu Fei said, What do you mean? Father, did you really defeat that little monk? Gu Ling said happily, All right, Linger, stop pestering your father. At this moment, a figure silently appeared in the hall. It was a woman in white, smiling at the father and daughter in front of her. Mother, why are you out too? As soon as Gu Ling saw the woman in white, she immediately rushed over and dove into her arms. I'm going out for a while. That little monk Fan Xiao should still be in the East region. You guys have to be careful. After saying a few words, Gu Fei directly disappeared in front of Yin, and her daughter. Father, Gu Ling wanted to follow, but Gu Fei had already left. Deep in the Sky Market, near the ancient road to heaven, everyone was watching and waiting for the big shots to make a move. Only those big shots could eliminate the unknown living beings at the end of the ancient road to heaven. Someone wanted to ask the Eastern Sky Tyrant of the Dongfang clan to make a move. However, the Eastern Sky Tyrant's identity was extraordinary. Even some ancient sages were not qualified to meet this ancient existence. Someone wanted to ask Gu Fei to make a move, but Gu Fei had just fought with the little monk Fan Xiu. It was likely that he would not be making a move in the near future. On a sunset that was as red as blood, an expert of the immortal Tao who was shrouded in immortal qi flew over from afar on an immortal crane. Immortal qi instantly filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth. The experts near the ancient road to heaven were alarmed. The immortal qi was vast and mighty. Immortal light shone in front of the ancient road to heaven. There seemed to be an immortal melody lingering in the void. Immortal Venerable. The silhouette of an ancient sage appeared in the distant sky. It was a white-haired young man. He looked very young, but that was only his appearance. In the world of cultivation, appearance was the most untrustworthy thing. After all, those who were successful in cultivation could change their appearance at will. The white-haired young man riding the crane was like an immortal descending from the 9 heavens. The great Tao of heaven and earth resonated with him. Could it be him? An ancient sage seemed to have recognized the white-robed young man. The road has appeared again. Someone heard a sigh. That crane is actually a powerful existence at the Saint Emperor level. An ancient sage was indescribably shocked. The crane beneath the white-robed young man was actually a Saint Emperor. This was truly unbelievable. That was a Saint Emperor. Crane, let's go in and have a look. The crane under the white-haired young man's feet let out a loud cry and carried the white-haired young man towards the ancient road to heaven. One man and one crane. They actually stepped on the ancient road to heaven. Everyone who witnessed this scene was very surprised. Very quickly, a furious roar resounded from the ancient road to heaven. Everyone was incomparably nervous. Everyone wanted to know what was happening on the ancient road to heaven. Swish. An ancient sage rushed over and directly stepped onto the ancient road to heaven. Coincidentally, someone was fighting with an unknown existence at the end of the ancient road to heaven. This was an opportunity to enter the heaven realm. Many people felt that this was an opportunity, but not everyone was willing to take the risk. Another 3 ancient sages rushed onto the ancient road to heaven. The roar from the ancient road to heaven shook the heavens and earth. The entire ancient road shook violently. A terrifying aura spread out from the ancient road. Cracks appeared on the ancient road, which was built with unknown divine materials, as if it would collapse at any time. The white-haired young man was incomparably powerful. A powerful immortal Tao aura spread out from the ancient road to heaven. Very quickly, a rain of blood fell from the ancient road to heaven. That was Saint Blood, containing a powerful Saint Tao aura. When the Saint Blood fell on the ancient road, the energy contained in the Saint Blood was immediately absorbed by the ancient road to heaven. Rumble. The ancient road was shaking. Unknown runes were faintly discernible on the ancient road. An ancient sage has fallen, someone sighed. The 4 ancient sages wanted to enter the heaven realm while the white-robed young man was fighting with the unknown existence at the end of the ancient road. However, things did not seem to be that simple. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the western underworld sea of the heaven realm. The entire western underworld sea was surging violently, creating towering waves. Rumble. Bolts of blood-red lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and the deafening sound of thunder caused the entire void to become unstable. Following that, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Terrifying roars of beasts rang out, as if a supreme existence had been startled. Boundless blood-colored light rushed out from the western underworld sea, enveloping the ancient road to heaven. Within the blood-colored light, a terrifying figure could be faintly seen. No one knew what it was. What's going on? Outside the western underworld sea, the experts of the heaven realm were incomparably shocked. Some used their heavenly eyes to see what was happening around the ancient road to heaven. They also saw the figures of those terrifying puppets. Is this the power of the devouring curse? Someone said. The western underworld sea might be a place of the devouring curse. The changes in this forbidden area caused people's hearts to palpitate. A rain of blood fell from the sky. This was definitely an ominous sign. Boom. While the experts of the heaven realm were still in shock, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire western underworld sea. A ray of immortal light actually broke through the seal of the blood-colored light, rushing out from the ancient road to heaven. What? Witnessing this scene, even the magnates of the heaven realm were shocked. One should know that this was a forbidden area that had existed for countless years. No one had ever been able to destroy it, not even the supremes of the ancient times. There was a great secret in the forbidden area. This was something everyone knew. However, no one knew exactly what the secret was. The immortal light that broke through the seal of the blood-colored light shot up to the sky. However, a figure could be faintly seen within the immortal light. It was an expert of the immortal Tao, riding on an immortal crane. So powerful, could it be that he's a supreme existence from the lower realm? An expert of the heaven realm said with a trembling voice. The situation in the human realm was much more complicated than the heaven realm. To the heaven realm's humans, the human realm was their ancestral land. In the past, there were no humans in the heaven realm. When someone became a supremes in the human realm and opened the path to heaven, human cultivators began to appear in the heaven realm. The heaven realm's humans were in awe of this ancestral land. One should know that the human realm had given birth to many supremes. The wilderness was originally the cradle of experts. However, after the wilderness was destroyed, the human realm underwent a huge change. The path to heaven was also severed. The human race had been multiplying in the heaven realm for countless years. They took root and sprouted. Gradually, they became the main characters of the heaven realm. However, the heaven realm was boundless. There were some terrifying forbidden areas. These places were extremely dangerous. Those who entered would most likely die in there. Those who could walk out of those places alive were definitely not many. Now, the ancient path to heaven appeared in the depths of the forbidden area. This made everyone puzzled. Why would the ancient path to heaven appear in such a place? Wasn't this a trap? At this time, a blood-colored figure stood up from the western underworld sea. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the man and the crane in the immortal light. In the midst of the blood rain, the figure was blurry. No one could see his face clearly. The blood-red hand directly broke the immortal light, grabbed the man and the crane in the immortal light, and then annihilated them. A muffled groan resounded from the ancient path to heaven. A white-haired youth stood on an immortal crane. The figure in the immortal light was only an incarnation of an immortal spirit. It was not the true body of the white-haired youth and the crane. Even if it was an incarnation, it was destroyed. The white-haired youth also suffered a great impact. Chapter 26:39. An immortal cultivator so powerful that even the ancient saints felt their hearts palpitating appeared, and he directly stepped onto the ancient road to heaven. This attracted the attention of all the experts who were paying attention to the ancient road to heaven. A great battle erupted. The entire ancient heaven ascension road shook intensely. A powerful immortal aura spread out from the ancient road. That immortal cultivator was incomparably powerful, fighting against the unknown life form at the end of the ancient heaven ascension road. There were also 4 other ancient saints who stepped on the ancient road to heaven. They wanted to take the opportunity to enter the heaven world while the immortal cultivator was fighting with those unknown living beings. However, the outcome of these 4 ancient saints was very miserable. They were directly killed by the terrifying life forms at the end of the ancient road to heaven. Their corporeal bodies turned into a rain of blood that rained down on the ancient road to heaven. The immortal cultivator on the crane was fighting against the unknown life forms. Outside the ancient road to heaven, everyone was incomparably nervous. They naturally hoped that the immortal cultivator could defeat the unknown life forms. However, an hour later, the ancient road to heaven gradually calmed down. Very soon, the young immortal cultivator on the crane walked out from the ancient road to heaven. Everyone thought that this immortal Tao expert had fallen on the ancient road to heaven, but this young man actually walked out of the ancient road to heaven alive. Although both the man and the crane were covered in blood, the crane under the young man's feet only had one wing left. The right wing was missing, torn off by the unknown life forms. There were 3 claw marks on the young man's chest, each of them so deep that the bones could be seen. He actually made it back alive. After a brief moment of silence, all the cultivators gathered around the ancient road to heaven were incomparably excited. This was the first time someone walked out of the ancient road to heaven alive after the reappearance of the road. This was definitely a major event that could shake the entire ancestral Dragon Stars cultivation world. Before this, not a single ancient saint who stepped on the ancient road to heaven could walk out alive. The young man did not say anything. He directly crossed the void with the crane and disappeared between heaven and earth. No one knew where he went. He left just like that? Everyone couldn't help being dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Many people still wanted to ask about the situation on the ancient road to heaven from the young man. Who was that person? Gu Fei entered the sky market once again and arrived in front of the ancient road to heaven. He just happened to see the young expert walking out of the ancient road to heaven and directly disappeared into the void. Listening to the cultivators whispering about the young man and the crane, Gu Fei found out that the young man and the crane did not die on the ancient road to heaven. They fought with the unknown living beings on the ancient road and walked out alive. Gu Fei thought about it and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived before the ancient road to heavens. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the ancient road. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Who was that just now? Someone exclaimed. It's Gu Fei. He actually stepped onto this ancient path. Someone recognized Gu Fei. What? The news spread, shocking everyone. No one would have thought that Gu Fei would step onto the ancient road, leading to the heaven realm at this time. Gu Fei's silhouette disappeared from the ancient road to heaven. The instant he stepped onto the ancient road, he felt that something was wrong. In front of the ancient road, there was a chilling aura that made his heart palpitate. Other than the young expert who just walked out of the ancient road to heaven, no one knew what kind of terrifying creature was waiting at the end of the ancient road to heaven. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly walked forward. He followed the steps on the ancient road and ascended into the sky. After walking for a while, he saw that the ancient road was stained with blood. Some broken pieces of flesh and bones were scattered on the ancient road. These pieces of flesh and bones were still emitting a powerful saint chi. Obviously, these were the flesh and bones of a saint. An incomparably powerful saint had fallen here, his body and spirit destroyed. This caused Gu Fei's heart to shiver. The ancient road to heaven was filled with great danger. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. A layer of chaotic qi emerged from his body, and he continued to walk forward. This ancient road to heaven seemed endless. Gu Fei walked for more than an hour, but he still couldn't see the end. Along the way, he saw many pieces of divine tools scattered on the ground. These pieces of divine tools had completely lost their spirituality, turning into scrap metal. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly stopped. He sensed that there was a blood mist in front of him. The blood mist did not disperse, and within the blood mist, there was a figure standing silently. He could not sense any life aura from the figure. Obviously, it was a lifeless existence. While Gu Fei was hesitating, the figure in the blood mist suddenly moved, silently drifting towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei extended his right hand and sent a palm strike forward. The powerful palm force directly dispersed the vast and mighty blood-colored mist. Bam! The figure also threw a punch, and the two fists instantly collided with each other, causing a muffled sound. With the two fists as the center, a circle of transparent ripples spread out. Gu Fei only felt a surge of death energy coming from the other party's fist. The sleeve on his right arm was instantly corroded by the death energy and dissipated in the air. Gu Fei was very surprised. He didn't expect the death energy in this dead thing to be so powerful. He hurriedly shook his right arm, causing an even more powerful energy to erupt from his arm, dispersing the death energy. With a powerful burst of energy, Gu Fei's arm shook, sending the dead creature flying away. There's actually such an existence on the ancient road to heaven, Gu Fei muttered. One should know that this was a dead creature that could endlessly fight against those who stepped on the ancient road to heaven. It even had the ability to kill existences at the Saint Realm and above. Roar. A terrifying roar rang out as a rain of blood fell from the sky. A terrifying silhouette could be faintly seen amidst the blood rain. It was incomparably bizarre. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. This dead creature was incomparably powerful. It was no wonder that even ancient saints fell on the ancient road to heaven. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly took a step forward and rushed into the blood rain, punching towards the silhouette within the blood rain. Bzzz. The void trembled. With just a single punch, Gu Fei dispersed the blood rain and sent the dead creature flying once again. Gu Fei dashed past the dead creature and continued forward without turning his head back, disappearing into the dark void. Boom! After Gu Fei left, the dead creature suddenly exploded, turning into a black blood mist that dissipated into the void. A powerful dead spirit that was powerful enough to kill a sage was beaten into a bloody mist by Gu Fei just like that. Both its body and soul were destroyed. As Gu Fei advanced, he pushed his way forward. Terrifying and powerful undead spirits were constantly killed by him. The closer he got to the heaven realm, the stronger the undead spirits he encountered. When Gu Fei sensed the aura of the heavenly realm, a blood-colored human-shaped skeleton appeared in front of him. Within the skull, there was a ball of blood-colored light emitting resplendent blood-colored radiance. Sensing the mighty aura of the blood-colored skeleton, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This blood-colored skeleton was not simple. It was at least a great Saint Realm existence, maybe even stronger. This was a powerful opponent. Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei and the blood-colored skeleton began to fight. Gu Fei's palm collided with the hand of the blood-colored skeleton from time to time, making a sonorous sound. Two figures moved quickly on the ancient road to heaven. Finally, Gu Fei chopped off the head of the blood-colored skeleton with a hand blade, and then smashed the skull with a punch. The blood-colored soul fire in the skull was directly dispersed. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the opposite side of the ancient road to heaven. Gu Fei killed the blood-colored skeleton, which seemed to make the mysterious existence at the end of the ancient road to heaven furious. Gu Fei didn't care so much and directly rushed forward. Soon, he successfully came to the end of the ancient road to heaven. There was a platform, a blood-colored platform, only about a few hundred feet in radius. On the platform, there were bloodstains, and the flesh and blood of saint-level powerhouses were scattered everywhere. At this time, on the blood-colored platform, there were blood-colored figures standing. The entire exit of the ancient road to heaven was shrouded by a blood-colored force. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was somewhat in disbelief. This was the heaven realm, but it was not a good place. An incomparably terrifying death aura shrouded the sky above the heaven and earth. What is this place? Gu Fei walked out of the ancient road to heaven. Swoosh. At the moment when Gu Fei walked out, the blood-colored figures standing on the blood-colored platform moved. A blood-colored figure instantly pounced towards Gu Fei. A strong smell of blood immediately rushed into Gu Fei's nose, which made him extremely shocked. Gu Fei moved his feet and instantly dodged. However, the blood-colored figure was like a shadow, chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. Buzz. Gu Fei raised his hand, and a chaotic sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and slashed at the blood-colored figure. However, a scene that shocked Gu Fei happened. The chaotic sword light that he struck out actually passed through the blood-colored figure, as if it was slashing at the air, without any point of impact. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This blood-colored figure was extremely strange. Even the chaotic sword chi could not destroy it. The blood-colored figure pounced towards him, and Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat again. If this blood-colored figure pounced on him, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would not let this blood-colored figure get close to him. Preposterous. At this time, Gu Fei realized that the blood-colored figures on the platform had all surrounded him. Chapter 2640. The strange blood shadows were extremely evil. Gu Fei could not sense any life aura from these blood shadows. When the blood shadows were motionless, No one could sense their existence. However, once these blood shadows moved, they set off a monstrous blood light, and a strong smell of blood filled every inch of the void. A blood shadow directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of chaos divine fire towards this blood shadow. The crimson figure plunged into the chaos divine fire and instantly turned into a gust of black gas that dissipated in the void. A blood-colored Tao pattern crumbled. Remnant Great Path Laws. Gu Fei saw this scene and was very shocked. These blood shadows were actually condensed from the remnant Great Path Laws. Who left these Great Path Laws? He knew that after those supreme existences fell, the remnant Great Path Laws were very likely to not be extinguished. Even after the baptism of countless years, they still had unimaginable destructive power. Just like these extremely evil blood shadows, the remnant Great Path Laws were very terrifying and could even kill ancient saints. Even the white-haired youth was forced back, and it was difficult for him to enter the heaven realm. At this time, on the blood-colored platform outside the exit of the ancient road to heaven, the blood shadows all moved, and all of them pounced towards Gu Fei. The monstrous blood light illuminated the dark sky and earth. "Then I'll play with you." The corner of Gu Fei's lips curled up into a smile. Then, he charged forward. His entire body was shrouded in chaos divine fire. With a punch, a large amount of chaos divine fire rushed out from his fist. More than a dozen blood shadows that fiercely pounced over immediately turned into black gas, dissipating in the void. The blood-colored runes were destroyed by the chaos divine fire. The chaos divine fire was the nemesis of these blood shadows. Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a chaos fire god, rushing into a group of blood demons and starting a massacre. Rumble. The entire blood-colored platform shook, and a powerful saint aura that surpassed the great saint realms spread out from the blood-colored platform. That is, everyone on the outskirts of the Sea of the West Underworld noticed the changes in the depths of the Sea of the West Underworld. A powerful aura of the divine path erupted from the depths of the Sea of the West Underworld. At the exit of the ancient road to heaven, blood-colored light shot up into the sky. Saints were attacking the seal of the West Underworld Sea. Why do I sense a familiar aura? A fair-skinned and chubby young man wearing a Taoist robe stood in the air above an island on the outskirts of the West Nether Sea. He stared at the bloody light in front of him and fell into deep thought. This saint from the human realm seems to be even stronger than the immortal Tao expert from before. Someone said something like that. At this moment, on the blood-colored platform, Gu Fei dispersed the last blood shadow with a punch and stood proudly on the blood-colored platform. At this moment, he noticed that the blood-red platform was covered in bloodstains. The bloodstains had not dried up and were still emitting a strong smell of blood. Gu Fei activated his martial path Heavenly Eye and immediately saw the origin of the bloodstains on the ground. Within the bloodstains, there were incomplete blood-colored runes. These incomplete blood-colored runes seemed to be of the same origin as the runes of the blood shadows that he had destroyed. This made him feel somewhat uneasy. As expected, what he was worried about happened. The bloodstains on the ground began to emit rays of blood-red light. The blood-red shadows that had been destroyed by Gu Fei once again appeared within the blood-red light. The reappearance of the blood shadows caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. The bloodstains on the ground were most likely the true blood left behind by a sovereign. Otherwise, why would there be such a change? Boom! Gu Fei attacked again. Chaotic divine fire rushed out of his body and directly burned the blood shadows that were closest to him into black smoke. Without any suspense, the countless blood shadows were once again destroyed by Gu Fei. However, he knew that as long as the bloodstains on the ground still existed, these blood shadows would continue to reappear and would never disappear. Moreover, every blood shadow had the battle strength of a sage. Even a Saint Venerable would have a headache dealing with them because these blood shadows were indestructible. Gu Fei waved his hand and a chaotic divine fire immediately rushed out of his hand and burned the strange bloodstains on the ground. What surprised Gu Fei was that the bloodstains on the ground emitted an even stronger blood-colored light after being burned by the chaotic divine fire. Swoosh! A blood shadow suddenly appeared on the platform. The runes and the mysterious bloodstains seemed to have been stimulated to an even greater power. Above the blood shadow, two rays of blood-colored light rushed out. Those were the eyes of the blood shadow. This blood shadow seemed to be different from the blood shadows that Gu Fei had destroyed previously. This made Gu Fei feel a great pressure, as if he was facing a terrifying bloodthirsty demon. There is no demonic nature. This is not the blood of a true demon. But why is it so evil? Gu Fei murmured to himself. All of this was incomprehensible. A great battle broke out. Gu Fei and the blood shadow began to fight. The terrifying power rippled in all directions, setting off huge waves in the entire west border sea. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the west border sea. Lightning flashed in the sky, tearing the dusky sky and earth apart. A strange bloody rain fell from the sky. Huge waves rolled and raged on the shore. All the Heaven Realm experts in the outer area of the West Border Sea were incomparably shocked. This Saint Venerable from the lower realm was really strong. He actually persisted for so long. Ever since the ancient road to heaven appeared again, this was the first time someone persisted for so long. What's going on? This aura, in the sky above an island in the outer area of the West Border Sea, the fat man in the Taoist robe frowned. He seemed to have seen this aura before, but he could not recall what it was. Could it be him? At this time, in another direction of the outer area of the West Border Sea, a chariot stopped high in the sky. The divine beast pulling the chariot was roaring, and the entire chariot was enveloped in a divine light of the immortal Tao. A tall figure stood on the chariot. This was an immortal Tao expert who seemed to be one with the great Tao of heaven and earth. He resonated with the heavenly Tao, and there was a faint celestial sound coming from his body. This person was the overlord of the eastern region of the Heaven Realm, the primordial celestial emperor. The primordial celestial emperor was a mysterious and unfathomable existence. He was said to have billions of clones, and no one knew which one was real. No one had ever seen his true body. Back in the chaotic world, the old turtle had only slain one of his clones. This primordial celestial emperor was most likely another clone. However, even a clone could have such an aura. It was unbelievable. Swoosh! The primordial celestial emperor suddenly waved his hand, and a flying sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, breaking through the dusky sky and into the depths of the West Border Sea. This is, on the platform at the exit of the ancient road to heaven, Gu Fei, who was fighting against the crimson figure, suddenly sensed something. At this moment, a sword light broke through the bloody clouds in the sky and slashed towards him. Buzz. At that moment, a layer of blood-red light appeared on the blood-red platform, blocking the flying immortal sword light that was descending from the sky. The sword light was wrapped up by the layer of bloody light and dissipated. The powerful immortal Tao energy contained in the sword light was devoured by the layer of bloody light. Primordial Celestial Emperor. Gu Fei's eyes lit up the moment he saw the sword light appear. In the Heaven Realm, there was only one person who had cultivated the flying immortal sword, and that was the overlord of the eastern region, the Primordial Celestial Emperor. Boom! Distracted, Gu Fei was immediately pushed back by the illusory figure's palm. Several rays of bloody light immediately wrapped around him, and he immediately felt that they were devouring his essence. Roar! Gu Fei roared in anger. His body shook, and the rays of bloody light wrapped around him were immediately dispersed. A layer of chaotic aura emerged from his body, pulsating like a divine fire. Without hesitation, he directly used the returning to truth secret technique, wanting to devour his own essence chi. Let's see who can devour who. Once the returning truth secret technique was unleashed, everything returned to its true form. The extremely evil blood-colored energy was immediately turned into the most primitive spiritual energy by the returning truth secret technique. Then, it was directly devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. The evil figure was enveloped by the secret art of returning truth and immediately became dim, as if it could dissipate in the void at any time. At this moment, all the blood on the blood-colored platform emitted a strange bloody light. The blood moved and actually converged. A power that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate rapidly condensed. Gu Fei sighed. He knew that it was difficult for him to use his own strength to break through the restrictions here and enter the heaven realm. He also didn't want to use the extreme divine weapon, so he could only retreat. Bang! He rushed over and directly dispersed the bloody figure that was enveloped by the secret art of returning truth. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of the exit of the ancient road to heaven. Yuan Guer, just you wait. Gu Fei, will definitely come back to kill you. Gu Fei said loudly. His voice spread far from the ancient road to heaven and directly out of the West Ming Sea. What? Outside the West Ming Sea? The fat man in the sky above the island heard this voice. His body trembled, and he almost fell from the sky. His heart was greatly shaken, and then he became extremely excited. It's Grandmaster. Fatty hurriedly took out a jade talisman from his body and directly sealed a trace of his spiritual will into the jade talisman. Then, he crushed the jade talisman. Swoosh! A ray of divine light immediately rushed out from the broken jade talisman, broke through the void, and instantly disappeared. This was a communication jade talisman. It could travel millions of miles in an instant. Far away in the ancestral court of the demon race, an existence suddenly opened his eyes. Then, the void in front of him suddenly shattered, and a divine light rushed out. He grabbed it in his hand. Gu Fei, that kid has appeared. The person stood up abruptly and his eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 26:41. The words that Gu Fei said before he retreated spread to the western underworld sea, shocking some powerhouses. One should know that Gu Fei had caused quite a commotion in the heaven realm in the past. Even the only son of the Yuan ancient realm was killed by him. Gu Fei and Yuan Gu had a great enmity. He was once chased by the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor to the ends of the earth. In the end, he had no choice but to hide in a dangerous place. On this day, a long howl was heard from the ancestral court of the demon race in the heaven realm. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the ancestral court. What is this kid doing? On a spiritual mountain in the ancestral court of the demon race, there was a big rock protruding from the cliff. At this moment, an old man was sitting on the big rock. The old man held a big gourd in his hand and looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the entire demon race in the heaven realm, only this old man dared to call the person who made the howl a kid. The howl was still lingering in the sky. At this moment, a figure directly rushed out from the ancestral court and appeared beside the old man at an extremely fast speed. Old man, you really can keep your composure. The ancient road to heaven has appeared. Aren't you going to join in the fun? This was a middle-aged man dressed in purple. He was tall and had a dignified appearance. However, the corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows carried a hint of slyness. This person was the Tai Huang's son, the old tortoise, who had returned to the heaven realm from the chaotic world. TSK, what does the ancient road to heaven have to do with me? The old man said nonchalantly. The ancient road to heaven has appeared. The heaven realm is connected to the human realm. A great chaos is about to occur. I don't believe that you can still sit still. The old tortoise said disapprovingly. His uncle was pretending to be indifferent, but he knew that his uncle was more nervous than anyone else. This was because the old man had experienced the darkest era. Even the Tai Huang had disappeared. He also narrowly escaped death. Although he survived in the end, everyone around him died. After experiencing so many life and death situations, the old man seemed to have seen through everything. However, when he thought of the great calamity, he still felt uneasy in the depths of his heart. If the previous calamity was a reincarnation that represented the end of an era, then the upcoming calamity would be the end of this era. The old man had a premonition that this calamity would affect the heaven realm. The heaven realm would also be in chaos, and it might even follow in the footsteps of the great desolate world. Back then, the old man was sent to the heavenly realm by the Grand Emperor with his supreme power. That was how he was lucky enough to avoid the calamity of the primordial era. My brother, Gu Fei, has appeared. I'm going to the western underworld sea to take a look. The old turtle looked at the setting sun in the west, and his gaze became deep. This great calamity had affected a wide area. He had a premonition that some unexpected variables might appear in this life. That kid is not bad. Go ahead." The old man nodded. "I'm going." A smirk appeared on Old Tortoise's face, and he disappeared from the boulder. At this time, in the celestial palace in the sky above the celestial city of the eastern region, a figure shrouded in immortal light was sitting on the throne in the middle of the main hall. Gu Fei, the Yuan ancient celestial, the arch held a message immortal talisman in his hand. His eyes lit up like cold stars as he crushed the jade talisman in his hand with a snap. The eastern region heavenly ruler had countless incarnations, so no one knew whether the one in the celestial palace was the real one. Gu Fei's words made the eastern region heavenly ruler Yuan Gu feel a great deal of pressure. The kid from back then had definitely grown up. At this time, in the depths of the sky market in the human realm, an ancient road was faintly discernible. Primordial chaos chi lingered around the ancient road, giving off an incomparably oppressive feeling. The ancient road was stained with blood. It was all the blood of a saint. The war has ended. Could it be that even Gu Fei has fallen on the ancient road? When the experts of the Dongfang family thought of this, they were both surprised and overjoyed. If Gu Fei died on the ancient road, it would be the best outcome for the Dongfang family. However, that was Gu Fei. How could he have fallen so easily? At this time, everyone was staring at the exit of the ancient road nervously. Some people hoped that Gu Fei would fight his way out of the ancient road. That way, the threat on the ancient road would be eliminated. However, those who had enmity with Gu Fei could not wait for Gu Fei to die on the ancient road. At this time, a figure finally appeared on the ancient road, walking down step by step. Who else could this person be other than Gu Fei? Seeing Gu Fei coming down from the ancient road to heaven, the spectating experts all had different expressions on their faces. At this time, Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist had already received the news and rushed over from the Wanxiang city. When they saw Gu Fei walking down the ancient road, they were overjoyed. One should know that Gu Fei was their backbone. Nothing must happen to him. How lively! After coming down from the ancient road, Gu Fei looked around and saw many familiar faces. There were a few saint experts from the Dongfang family, such as Dongfang Yifeng and Dongfang Xian. They were standing in the sky and looking at him. Seeing Gu Fei looking at them, Dongfang Yifeng and the others were startled and quickly left. Gu Fei did not attack Dongfang Yifeng and the others. He had made a promise to that person, so he had to keep it. Furthermore, when Hierarch Southern Heaven betrayed him, the Dongfang family did not kick him when he was down. "Come, let's go back." Gu Fei waved at Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist, then left the heavenly market. Gu Zhong and the Iron Blood Taoist were extremely excited and quickly left the heavenly market. Gu Fei was able to walk out of the ancient road alive. This was definitely a big deal. Before Gu Fei, only the white-haired immortal who rode on the crane was able to fight on the ancient road to heaven and not fall on the ancient road, and walked out alive. Moreover, when the white-haired immortal on the crane fought on the ancient heaven ascension road, even though he came back alive, he was heavily injured. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. In other words, Gu Fei was much stronger than the white-haired immortal on the crane. After Gu Fei left, those experts who were watching from the vicinity of the ancient road to heaven also retreated. Even Gu Fei couldn't enter the heaven world, let alone them. Following the departure of the group of experts, the vicinity of the ancient road to heaven immediately became deserted again. Of course, these experts would not go far. The ancient road became quiet again. Everyone wanted to know what dangers lay at the end of the ancient road to heaven, and only Gu Fei could return alive from the ancient road to heaven. Chapter 2642. Gu Fei was the second person to return alive from the ancient road to heaven. The white-haired youth who rode the crane was a mystery. No one could find him. Therefore, many people had their eyes on Gu Fei. An ancestor-level existence from the Yaodai Ancient Sacred Ground, accompanied by the saintess of the Yaodai Ancient Sacred Ground, Yaoji, came to Wanxiang City and was received by Gu Zhong into the City Lord's mansion. The Yaodai Ancient Sacred Ground's ancestor stayed in the City Lord's mansion for half an hour before he left the city with Yaoji and returned to the Yaodai Ancient Sacred Ground. As soon as the Yaodai Ancient Sacred Ground's ancestor left, the Zhao clan of the primordial antiquity, Zhao Xiong, came to Wanxiang City and said that he wanted to see Gu Fei. Very quickly, the Zhao clan's Zhao Xiong was approached by the Iron Blood Taoist. This time, it only took half an hour for the Zhao clan's Zhao Xiong to come out from the city lord's mansion and left Wanxiang City. The Zhao clan's Zhao clan left, and the Jiang clan's clan master came to Wanxiang City. The Jiang clan of the primordial antiquity was Jiang Renhuang's clan, and Jiang Renhuang was the only peerless human ruler in this world. Gu Fei did not dare to neglect the Jiang clan of the primordial antiquity. He immediately came out to welcome the Jiang clan's Zhao Xiong into the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City. Half an hour later, the Jiang clan's clan master took his leave. He used the Great Void teleportation technique and left, as if he was in a hurry to return. Many experts came to visit, but apart from a limited number of people, Gu Fei did not see anyone else. However, the situation on the ancient road to heaven quickly spread out. The end of the ancient road to heaven was the heaven realm. However, the exit of the ancient road to heaven in the heaven realm was a forbidden area in the heaven realm. The ancient saints were somewhat surprised to receive this news. They could not believe that the exit of the ancient road to heaven was a forbidden area. The forbidden area of the heaven realm was not simple. It had existed since ancient times, and after the baptism of countless years, it still existed. It seemed that if they wanted to enter the heaven realm, they would have to pay a huge price. For the ancient desolate powers, even if they could enter the heaven realm, they would suffer heavy losses. Since they knew the truth of the ancient heaven ascension road, some of the superpowers started to make preparations to conquer the ancient heaven ascension road. Jiang Renhuang had already returned to the Jiang clan. Some people wanted to ask him for help, but he didn't seem to be interested in the ancient road to heaven. He didn't seem to want to help at all. If Jiang Renhuang made his move, it would not be difficult for him to destroy the forbidden area in the heaven realm. However, if the human emperor did not act, then it would not be easy to flatten the heaven realm's forbidden area. A few desolate powers began to form alliances. The desolate Zhou clan and the desolate Zhao clan secretly met and formed an alliance. The Li family was the main family of the supreme Dao ancestor, and they had no intention of allying with other factions. Out of the four great primordial clans, only the primordial Jiang clan and the primordial Li clan did not form an alliance with the other clans. This was because the two clans had extremely deep foundations. After being silent for more than 10 days, there were finally people who started their expedition on the ancient road to heaven. This time, the person who stood out was a heavenly venerable from the Li clan of the Desolate clan. His heavenly venerable's powerful aura was so oppressive that everyone could barely breathe. The other experts from the Li clan of the Desolate clan also came. They stood guard in front of the ancient road to heaven. The Li clan inherited the Dao ancestors' inheritance. Naturally, they cultivated the immortal Dao. This heavenly venerable was a young man in purple. His name was Li Changsheng, an ancestor-level existence from the Li clan of the Desolate clan. Li Changsheng did not hesitate. He directly stepped on the ancient road to heaven. Very quickly, his figure disappeared from the ancient road to heaven. Roar! Very quickly, an earth-shattering roar came from the ancient road to heaven. The experts from the Li clan of the Desolate clan guarding outside the ancient road to heaven were extremely nervous. Their ancestor was fighting on the ancient road to heaven, but they could not help at all. A terrifying aura was constantly emitting from the ancient road to heaven, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Li Changsheng was a heavenly venerable of the immortal Dao. As a heavenly venerable of the immortal Dao, he indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. However, this time seemed to be different. The ancient road to heaven began to tremble. Blood rained down on the ancient road. The putrid blood was no longer the blood essence of the saints, but the blood of some unknown ferocious beasts. The blood also contained an enormous amount of essence. When the blood sprinkled on the ancient road to heaven, it was immediately absorbed by the ancient road to heaven, quickly losing its spirituality. Very quickly, the corpse of a ferocious beast fell from the ancient road to heaven. What's going on? Didn't they say that the end of the ancient road to heaven is filled with strange blood shadows? Someone asked. The unknown ferocious beast's body was shrouded in a horrifying aura. Even though it was dead, the aura still existed. The battle continued. The roars became more and more frequent, as if there was a group of ferocious beasts besieging Li Changsheng. At the end of the ancient road to heaven, there was another unimaginable change. These unknown ferocious beasts should be the living beings in the forbidden area of the heaven realm. Without exception, these living beings were all extremely powerful, capable of tearing saints into pieces. No wonder even ancient saints would fall on this ancient road to heaven. However, very quickly, the ancient road to heaven gradually calmed down. Everyone stared at the exit of the ancient road to heaven. However, Li Changsheng did not come out from the ancient road to heaven. He seemed to have defeated all the unknown beasts. Very quickly, a strange wave came down from the ancient road to heaven. "That old man from the Li clan is still fighting?" An ancient saint whispered. "Could it be that even Saint Venerables can't enter the heaven realm?" Someone guessed. Saint Venerables were the venerables of the saints. They were stronger than great saints and only weaker than quasi-supremes. If even the longevity Saint Venerables could not enter the heaven realm, then many people would be in for a tragedy. After more than 2 hours, the longevity Saint Venerables returned from the ancient road to heaven. His body was stained with blood, and his clothes were torn in a few places. There was a scratch on his shoulder that was so deep that his bones could be seen. The longevity Saint Venerables did not manage to enter the heaven realm and returned with injuries. This shocked the experts of the Li clan who were guarding outside the ancient road to heaven. This longevity Saint Venerables was the third person to walk out of the ancient road to heaven alive. The longevity Saint Venerables did not say much to the people of the Li clan. He left the Tian market with the experts of the Li clan and returned to the Li clan's temporary residence in the eastern region. Gu Fei was right. Something ominous happened at the end of the ancient road. The longevity Saint Venerables suddenly sighed after returning to the Li clan. The wound on his shoulder was caused by those things at the end of the ancient road. Chapter 26:43. The Li clan's foundation was incomparably deep. It should be known that the Li clan was the original clan of the legendary supreme Dao ancestor. This incomparably ancient clan was the first to step forward at this time to conquer the ancient road to heaven. This action of the Li clan attracted the attention of all the experts on the Tanglong continent. Even experts from other regions of the ancestral dragon star rushed to the eastern region to enter the sky market. It should be known that the Li clan's expedition to the ancient road to heaven was absolutely a huge matter. Once the Li clan cleared the path to heaven, the mortal world and the heavenly realm would be connected. This way, the cultivators of the mortal world would be able to enter the heavenly realm at will, and the cultivators of the heavenly realm would be able to descend at will. However, the path to heaven was much more difficult to clear than everyone had imagined. Something ominous had happened at the end of the ancient road to heaven. Even the longevity sovereign had to return in failure. The people of the Li clan had temporarily retreated, but they did not give up. They still had trump cards that they had yet to use. Seeing that even the Li clan had failed to clear the path to heaven, the upper echelons of the other superpowers were shocked. The Li clan's strength was undeniable. However, everyone knew that the Li clan would not give up so easily. While the Li clan's expedition to the ancient road to heaven had failed, someone in the heavenly realm was also preparing to conquer the West Nether Ocean, a forbidden area that had existed for countless years. This was because the exit of the ancient road to heaven was in the depths of the West Nether Ocean. If they wanted the heavenly realm and the mortal world to be unobstructed, they had to flatten this ancient forbidden area. Of course, not everyone would dare to flatten the forbidden area. After all, there was a reason why the West Nether Ocean had existed for countless years. In ancient times, there were supremes who wanted to flatten the forbidden areas of the heavenly realm. However, they did not take any action in the end. Wanting to flatten the forbidden area was definitely a crazy thing to do. However, someone had done it now. Furthermore, no one had expected that the person leading the charge would be the Eastern Region Heavenly Emperor, Yuan Gu. The primordial celestial the Arch had teamed up with the other two big shots of the Heaven Realm to prepare for the expedition to the Forbidden Zone. At this time, war chariots rushed over from the West Dark Sea. Each war chariot emitted an incomparably powerful aura, and the silhouettes of powerhouses could be faintly seen on the chariots. For a moment, The clouds of battle gathered densely outside the western underworld sea. Beams of powerful divine light streaked across the dusky sky and landed on the outskirts of the western underworld sea. At this moment, a monstrous crimson divine light suddenly appeared in the southern sky, illuminating half the sky in a crimson color. An extremely powerful ripple of energy came from the south. Then, streaks of fiery light appeared in the southern sky, rushing towards the west underworld sea. Swoosh! A dazzling fiery light streaked across the sky and landed directly on a mountain on the outskirts of the West Darksea Sea. The fiery light dissipated, and a general wearing red armor and holding a crimson fire divine spear appeared. Powerful fire elemental energy rippled out from the general's body. Then, streaks of fiery light descended from the sky and landed behind the general. Soldiers wearing flaming armor and holding spears appeared behind the general. Soon, the top of the mountain was filled with soldiers. The entire mountain looked like it was on fire, and a blazing aura spread out from the top of the mountain. The powerhouses on the outskirts of the West Darksea Sea were shocked. The Southern Fire Emperor's war weapon? Someone whispered. The arrival of the Fire Emperor's war weapon caused a huge commotion. The Southern Fire Emperor was an ancestor-level existence in the Heaven Realm. He had originally been sleeping in the depths of the Southern Earth's fire vein and had only awakened 500 years ago. When this Fire Emperor woke up, he caused a huge commotion and even fought a great battle with the God Emperor of the South. Although the Fire Emperor hadn't appeared yet, the Fire Emperor's war weapon was different. It was a sharp sword in the Fire Emperor's hand, and it had fought for him everywhere. Soon, endless immortal light rushed out from the eastern sky. Countless immortal soldiers and generals appeared in the distant sky and rushed towards the West Darksea Sea. The soaring murderous aura caused the sky and earth to change color. Everyone was shocked. This was the Celestial Emperor's war weapon, the most elite soldier under the command of the Eastern region Heavenly Emperor Yuan-gu. This war weapon had played a great role in Yuan-gu's unification of the Eastern region. Originally, the commander of this Celestial Emperor's war weapon was Yuan-gu's only son. However, Yuan-gu's only son had died at the hands of Gu Fei. Now, the commander of this war weapon was the first divine general of the ancient Heavenly Emperor, Shi. The first divine general of the ancient Heavenly Emperor, Shi, was definitely a terrifying god of death. This god of death was a saint emperor who had entered the Tao through killing. His killing nature was so strong that even the great demons of the demons couldn't compare to him. When the ancient Heavenly Emperor had annihilated the Nether sect, this first divine general had killed millions of soldiers of the Nether sect. His methods were extremely ruthless. The Nether sect had shown signs of resurgence in recent years. The Netherworld Saintess hadn't died and had secretly gathered the remnants of the Nether sect, causing quite a bit of trouble for the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Shi rose with 100,000 Celestial Emperor's war weapons. His silver armor illuminated the sky, and his immortal aura dispersed the deathly aura outside the West Dark Sea. After the 100,000 Celestial Emperor's war weapons arrived outside the West Dark Sea, they stopped high in the sky. The sky and earth fell silent, and everyone felt an extreme pressure. The 100,000 Celestial Emperor's war weapons stood quietly in the void, their banners fluttering in the wind. No one said a word. This was a well-disciplined celestial army. The Fire Emperor and the Sky Emperor had both sent their most elite soldiers. However, the last emperor didn't send any soldiers, because he had come personally. This was a burly man with a big black blade on his back. He had a full beard and wore a beast's skin draped over his body. He looked no different from an ordinary hunter in the mountains. This burly man didn't emit any powerful aura. He just leaned against a boulder on a short mountain, lazily looking at the dark West Dark Sea in front of him. At this time, Shi and the commander of the Fire Emperor's war weapons flew in front of the burly man and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Dizun." Shi and the commander of the Fire Emperor's war weapons didn't dare to be negligent. "He's the Barbarian Emperor? The supreme expert of the Heaven Realm's barbarian race?" Someone exclaimed. The Barbarian Emperor was a peerless expert from the Wildlands. He was known as an emperor in the Heaven Realm. Even Yuan-gu and the Fire Emperor didn't dare to look down on this emperor. The heaven realm was boundlessly vast, and the wildlands were said to have 100,000 barbarians. The barbarians were naturally warlike, so this barbarian emperor was more suitable to be called a war emperor. All right, I hate these unnecessary formalities. I just want to know when Yuan Gu and the Fire Emperor will arrive. Chapter 26:44. The barbarian emperor was someone who relied on his own strength to rise up in the desolate lands. Although he didn't have 100,000 soldiers under him, didn't have a luxurious emperor palace, and didn't have many followers, no one dared to underestimate him. He alone was stronger than 100,000 soldiers. Raising the Forbidden Region was an incomparably crazy thing to do. However, when the Yuan Ancient Heaven and Earth invited him to act, he agreed without any hesitation. The Barbarian Emperor has arrived, but the Yuan Ancient Heavenly Empyrean and the Fire Emperor have yet to appear. This more or less caused the Barbarian Emperor to feel somewhat unhappy. In his eyes, 100,000 soldiers were nothing. He could simply blow them all away with a single breath. My master has always been here. Shurchi spoke. Che, that's just an incarnation. His true body isn't here. What does this count for? Could it be that Yuan Ancient doesn't place this daddy in his eyes? The Barbarian Emperor spoke in a low voice. Shurchi's forehead was drenched in sweat. He lowered his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although he was a god of slaughter and had once killed 1,000,000 soldiers of the Netherworld sect, he was very clear that he wasn't even worth a fart in front of the Barbarian Emperor. Where's the Fire Emperor? He didn't even come. What's the point of sending a bunch of good-for-nothings here? The Barbarian Emperor glanced at the general under the Fire Emperor and spoke. My master's Dizun will be here soon. Please don't be impatient. That god general hurriedly spoke. The Barbarian Emperor nodded. All of you, scram. The Barbarian Emperor waved his hand. Shurchi and the Fire Emperor felt as though they had just been pardoned. They hurriedly bowed to the Barbarian Emperor and soared into the sky, returning to their respective camps. The pressure that the Barbarian Emperor gave them was simply too great. Western Dark Sea. The Barbarian Emperor leaned against a huge rock as he stared at the depths of the Western Dark Sea. The sky was dark, the sea was pitch black, and deathly chi permeated the air. There seemed to be heart-palpitating roars coming from the void. It was as though there were trillions of living beings struggling in the sea. Countless souls wanted to break free from the sea of bitterness. Interesting. The Barbarian Emperor's gaze pierced through the space before him as though he saw something that interested him. At this moment, the atmosphere in the periphery of the West Netherworld Sea was extremely oppressive. Countless Heaven Realm experts were watching and guessing whether the three Venerable Emperors would be able to conquer the West Netherworld Sea, a forbidden area. Some people were very optimistic. With the three Venerable Sovereigns taking action, they would definitely be able to flatten the forbidden area. However, there were also people who were very pessimistic. It should be noted that the three great Venerable Emperors could achieve what even Supreme Venerables couldn't in ancient times. Time passed by, but the Western Netherworld Sea was still calm, and there were no changes. Boom! An hour later, a ball of divine fire suddenly appeared in the southern sky. That ball of divine fire was like a divine sun, emitting endless fiery light that illuminated the dusky world. A supreme heavenly venerate aura spread out from the divine fire, and everyone felt as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on them. Some people couldn't bear the pressure and had no choice but to retreat. The Fire Emperor is here. What does he mean by this? Is he trying to clear the area? Some people were shocked and angered, but they had no choice but to retreat because the pressure was too strong. Even sages had to retreat. Some quasi-sages had no choice but to leave this place. That ball of fire instantly arrived at the periphery of the West Netherworld Sea. Within the flames, a silhouette could be faintly seen, causing the void to tremble. It was as though even the heavens and earth couldn't contain this silhouette. Fire Emperor, you are finally here. The Barbarian Emperor, who was leaning against a huge rock, stood up at this moment. Old Barbarian, you are really early. In the sky, a majestic voice rang out from that ball of divine fire. Within the flames, Runes could be faintly seen as the silhouettes of firebirds danced in the air. Is Yuan Gu's true body not coming? The barbarian emperor asked. Just as the sound of the barbarian emperor's voice faded, a war chariot rushed over from the eastern sky. 9 beams of immortal light revolved around the war chariot, and the sound of immortal music could be heard in the air. A glowing silhouette stood on the war chariot. Numerous immortal runes could be faintly seen on his body, as though a supreme, immortal lord had descended. He really knows how to act. The barbarian emperor disdained all of this. One must know that what's the use of such extravagance? The most important thing was strength. As long as one was strong enough, even emperors would have to kneel before them. This emperor who rose up from the desolate mountains pursued extreme strength. Extravagance and extravagance were all fleeting clouds in his eyes. Yuan Gu, aren't you too insincere? It's fine if you really sent an incarnation over. At this moment, the Fire Emperor was also unhappy. Given his cultivation base, he could naturally tell that the figure on the war chariot was only an incarnation and not his true body. This fellow is unreliable. I think it's better for us to disband. The barbarian emperor casually spoke. Although fighting in the Forbidden Region was very challenging, he didn't wish to be used as a tool by others. If the true body of the Yuan Gu Heavenly Emperor wasn't here, he wouldn't act. Makes sense. The Fire Emperor nodded. The two of you want to wave your hands now? Are you guys willing? That figure on the war chariot suddenly spoke. If your true body isn't here, what are you still doing? The barbarian emperor was unhappy. This Yuan Gu was simply a hoodwinker. After tricking them here, he sent an insignificant incarnation over. Yuan Gu's true body had been hiding in the dark and had only sent his incarnation to fight. Even if his incarnation had fallen, his true body would not have been injured at all. Yuan Gu would have been fighting with his life on the line. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Let alone the barbarian emperor, even the Fire Emperor was unhappy. What is this? At this moment, Yuan Gu's right hand flipped as an item appeared in his hand. But after that, he kept it away. The barbarian emperor and Fire Emperor both started when they saw that item. This was especially so for the barbarian emperor. His expression instantly changed. Why? Is my incarnation qualified? Yuan Gu spoke. He was very clear that his incarnation wasn't qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as the barbarian emperor and Fire Emperor. However, he brought a supreme treasure with him. The combat strength of his incarnation was definitely not inferior to the barbarian emperor and Fire Emperor. Let's do it then. The barbarian emperor grew excited. A heaven-shaking battle intent gushed forth from him, causing the expressions of the Fire Emperor and Yuan Gu to involuntarily change. This barbarian emperor truly had some capabilities. The three of them gathered together. An hour later, the barbarian emperor directly unsheathed the black saber on his back and slashed out at the western dark sea. Swish. Chapter 26:45. The battle finally began. The barbarian emperor was the first to act. He only slashed out a single saber strike, but this saber strike directly broke apart the western dark sea. The boundless Tao laws were directly destroyed by that black saber of his. Rumble, the silent western dark sea trembled violently. The black saber light descended from the sky with unstoppable might, actually cleaving the western dark sea into two. A gigantic saber scar appeared in the middle of the western dark sea. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. Two gigantic waves that were thousands of meters tall gushed forth. Within the churning waves, countless white bones could be seen. That is, everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The might of this saber strike of the barbarian emperor was simply too overwhelming. It could even split the heavens and earth apart. And the countless white bones in the western dark sea caused everyone's hair to stand on end. It was like an azura hell that devoured all life. It was hard to imagine how this forbidden zone was formed, but one thing was certain. Countless living beings had fallen in this forbidden zone. The saber strike of the barbarian emperor broke apart the western dark sea. The countless white bones at the bottom of the sea floated up and appeared before the eyes of everyone. A terrifying death aura erupted forth from the depths of the western dark sea. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, causing the entire western dark sea to tremble. Those two gigantic waves that were thousands of meters tall exploded as boundless seawater mixed with white bones rained down from the sky. Rumble! The western dark sea trembled as the seawater churned violently. A figure stood up from the depths of the western dark sea. This was a skeleton that was as large as a mountain. Within the skull, a ball of black light could be seen. Two beams of black light shot out from its eye sockets, each of them 1,000 meters long. Boundless death aura gushed forth from this skeleton. It was as terrifying as a death god that crawled out from the depths of hell. What is that thing? Everyone who had retreated far away felt indescribably shocked. An unknown life form actually appeared in the western dark sea. Not only that, this unknown life form was extremely powerful. Death Spirit. At this time, the primordial Emperor Xian and the Fire Emperor were ready to attack, especially the Fire Emperor, who was extremely powerful and had 9 fire dragons circling around him. They were formed by 9 dragon-shaped Tao patterns, not the real 9 heavens fire dragons. Roar! That incomparably gigantic skeleton roared in rage. A powerful divine sense fluctuation gushed forth from its skull. After that, the skeleton directly stretched out its right hand and slapped out towards the barbarian emperor. Boundless death energy gushed forth from that skeletal hand. This gigantic hand shattered the void as the Tao laws of death cascaded down from it, shooting towards the barbarian emperor. Kill! The barbarian emperor roared in rage. He brandished the black saber in his hand as his long hair fluttered in the wind. He directly charged into the western Darksea, clashing with the skeleton. The battle erupted. The barbarian emperor slashed out with his saber, directly destroying the Tao laws of death from the bone claw. The saber light that was incomparably sharp ruthlessly slashed down on the bone claw. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. When the barbarian emperor's saber slashed down on the bone claw, sparks flew in all directions. He didn't manage to sever the bone claw of the death spirit. Swish! The barbarian emperor's silhouette moved rapidly, soaring up into the sky. With a swing of his saber, he actually cleaved down on the head of the death spirit. It was a simple and direct attack, yet it displayed immense might. This saber strike of the barbarian emperor directly broke through the void, even breaking apart the Tao laws. Clang! When the black saber in the barbarian emperor's hand landed on the skull of the death spirit, the sound of metal clashing could still be heard. It was unable to break through the skull of the death spirit. What a tough bone! The barbarian emperor was incomparably shocked. At this moment, the death spirit opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black flames towards the barbarian emperor. Under the scorching heat of the flames, the void was actually silently destroyed. This was a terrifying type of flame. It was the underworld fire of hell. Once one was burned by it, even a Saint Venerable would be incinerated into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. Swish! The barbarian emperor directly retreated. At this moment, 9 fire dragons descended from the sky, breaking apart the death chi as they lunged towards the death spirit. Each of the fire dragons emitted terrifying energy fluctuations of a Saint Venerable. The Fire Emperor finally acted. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as the 9 fire dragons slammed into the body of the death spirit. The extreme yang divine fire caused the void to collapse from the heat. Roar! The death spirit roared as a supreme death energy erupted forth from the gigantic skull. Towering black flames erupted forth from the body of the death spirit, clashing against the extreme yang divine fire. The underworld fire of hell and extreme yang divine fire were 2 types of flames that walked the path of extremes. The 9 fire dragons coiled around the death spirit as the extreme yang divine fire burned the skeleton of the death spirit, causing explosive sounds to ring out. The barbarian emperor who had retreated had a strange look on his face. He couldn't do anything to the death spirit even if he used his full strength. Yet, this fire emperor was actually able to suppress the death spirit. This caused him to feel somewhat unhappy. Everything in the world had a natural counter to each other. The extreme yang true fire was the nemesis of this type of death spirit. The barbarian emperor had no choice but to accept this. In the end, the 9 fire dragons turned into a furnace and directly refined the dead spirit in the furnace. Even the hellfire was completely refined by the extreme young real fire. Just as the fire emperor used his great technique to refine the death spirit, a powerful divine sense fluctuation was emitted from the netherworld sea. A figure stood up from the netherworld sea. This is, when the 3 emperors saw this figure, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was because it was a person with flesh and blood. However, this person's eyes were emitting a demonic blood-red light. This person emitted an incomparably powerful death chi, as if the god of the underworld had descended to the world. Yuan Gu, it's your turn this time. The barbarian emperor glanced at Yuan Gu and said, "Humph." The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor, who was standing on the war chariot, snorted coldly. He didn't say anything and directly drove the war chariot towards the evil-looking man standing on the sea. Boom! That evil-looking man suddenly punched out. A powerful force erupted from his fist. It was a simple and direct punch, but it shook the entire heaven and earth. Bang! The primordial celestial the arch made a move. A golden hand appeared in the void and collided with the fists of the evil-looking man, producing a muffled sound. This is, the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor only felt an extremely powerful death energy enter his body from his palm. His entire body was sent flying along with the war chariot. His right hand turned deathly gray in an instant. His entire palm was corroded by the death energy and turned deathly gray. All signs of life had been severed. The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor gritted his teeth and waved his left hand, directly chopping off his right hand. Then, the flesh and bones around the wound regenerated, and a new hand grew out in the blink of an eye. Roar! The evil-looking man roared and pounced towards the ancient Yuan heaven and earth ferociously. A deathly gray radiance was emitted from his body. This was the terrifying light of death. As long as one was enveloped by this light of death, even a sage's vitality would be instantly severed and they would die. Flying immortal sword. The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor did not dare to be negligent. He immediately used his killer move. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling golden sword light immediately rushed out of his hand. An extremely sharp sword chi rippled out from his body. The evil-looking man directly reached out and slapped the flying immortal sword light. He was not afraid of the flying immortal sword light at all. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. That fiendish demon slapped the sword light with his palm, and the sword light was actually slapped away. What? The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor was truly shocked. He had never imagined that his opponent would be so powerful as to be able to slap away his flying immortal sword light. The power of the flying immortal sword light was unquestionable. Swish! After slapping away the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor's flying immortal sword light, the evil-looking man stretched out his hands and directly grabbed the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor. The evil-looking man's fingernails were like 10 incomparably sharp swords. If the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor was caught by this evil-looking man, there would definitely be 10 bloody holes on his chest. Chaotic upheaval. Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu growled, and a ball of immortal light surged out of his body. The evil that was pouncing towards him was immediately teleported away by a force. He had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Could this guy be one of the 9 disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor? The Barbarian Emperor and the Fire Emperor exchanged glances, feeling astonished. The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor had actually mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. One should know that the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme divine techniques created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. The Supreme Tao Ancestor had only imparted these 9 supreme techniques to his 9 disciples. The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor shouted. The flying immortal sword light that had been slapped away by the evil-looking man instantly flew back. Immediately after, the evil-looking man's head flew into the air. Under the interference of the chaotic upheaval, the evil-looking man simply couldn't stabilize his body and couldn't dodge the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor's sword. The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor unleashed another sword strike. directly piercing the evil-looking man's head and shattering its origin spirit. The entire West Dark Sea boiled when the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor killed the evil-looking man. Then, one figure after another stood up from the sea. Very quickly, the surface of the West Dark Sea was densely packed with people. A layer of deathly gray mist rose from the surface of the sea. This was an army of undead. At this moment, the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor waved his hand, and the celestial Thearchus troops that were hovering in the sky outside the West Dark Sea immediately charged into the West Dark Sea. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that the West Dark Sea had existed for so many years. The undead army also moved. Under the leadership of a powerful undead, they charged towards the celestial Thearchus troops led by Shi. Chapter 26:46. Under Shi's lead, the Celestial Emperor's soldier charged into the West Underworld Sea and clashed violently with the undead army in the sea. Kill. Shi took the lead and swept the divine spear in his hand. Hundreds of undead in front of him were immediately sent flying. They exploded in the air and turned into bone powder that scattered into the West Underworld Sea. Wherever this killer went, large swathes of undead turned into ashes. The Celestial Emperor's soldier and the undead army fought fiercely. Then, the Fire Emperor's soldier also joined the battle under the lead of the general. In an instant, the West Underworld Sea was filled with battle cries. Be it in the air or on the sea, there were figures fighting for their lives everywhere. Clang! Just as Shi was about to kill a few of the best of the undead army, a skeleton with a dazzling golden body wielded a greatsword and blocked Shi's spear. Good. Finally, a decent guy. Shi grinned, and a cold and ruthless smile appeared on his face. Kill. Within the skull of the golden skeleton, there was a golden flame burning within the bones. It was as dazzling as a golden sun. This golden skeleton was extraordinary. Although it came from the West Underworld Sea where the aura of death was condensed, it had a holy aura, as if all the aura of death had faded away. It waved the golden sword in its hand and slashed at the approaching Shi. Whoosh! A golden sword light immediately rushed out from the golden skeleton's sword. In an instant, it soared tens of thousands of feet and was extremely powerful. Shi didn't dare to be careless. After all, this golden skeleton's cultivation and combat strength were definitely not inferior to his. Just in time, Shi waved the spear in his hand to meet the attack. Clang! The spear in Shi's hand collided with the golden sword in the golden skeleton's hand, causing a loud sound of metal clashing. The sound pierced through stone and gold and spread far and wide. The two experts were incomparably powerful as they clashed head-on. The two figures quickly separated. Shi's immortal aura was vast and mighty, and his silver armor was surrounded by rays of immortal light. Within the immortal light, there were indistinct runes. The golden skeleton's entire body was covered by a ball of golden light, and the golden divine fire in its skull became even more dazzling. This was an extremely powerful undead. Its cultivation and combat strength were not inferior to Shi's. It was definitely a rare opponent for Shi. The two figures clashed once again. The powerful ripples of Saint Kings rippled out, causing the entire region of space to tremble. Cracks in space appeared, like black lightning bolts. The battle between Saint Emperors was extremely fierce. The number one general under the Fire Emperor had also met a strong opponent, and they were locked in a fight. At this moment, the three emperors had already entered the depths of the Western Underworld Sea and were close to the ancient road to heaven. However, they were in big trouble. A pitch-black palace rose from the West Dark Sea and blocked their path. An ancient aura was emitted from the palace. It was an ancient palace that was filled with the marks of time, and there were traces of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. The ancient Yuan Celestial the Arch and the others couldn't help but feel uneasy in front of such an ancient palace. Even the fearless barbarian the Arch had a grave expression on his face at this moment. The ancient palace wasn't big, and the door was open. There was a large hall inside, and there was a throne in the middle of the hall. A white skeleton was sitting on the throne. A faint green flame flickered in the skull of the skeleton, as if it could be extinguished at any time. The white skeleton had some bone armor on its body, and some parts of its body had even regrown flesh. This white skeleton was definitely an unimaginably powerful antique. The ancient Yuan Celestial Arch and the others didn't dare to act rashly just by sitting there quietly. What should we do? The ancient Yuan Celestial Arch glanced at the Fire Emperor and the Barbarian Arch. What else can we do? Just flatten it. The Barbarian Arch said forcefully. That's right. The Fire Emperor nodded. If they couldn't flatten this ancient palace, they wouldn't be able to advance. How arrogant! Right at this moment, an aged voice resounded in their hearts, and the three emperors were instantly shocked. Who's talking? Come out and fight if you have the guts. The ancient Yuan Celestial Arch stared at the door of the ancient palace and said, Humph! That person sneered and said, You three brats aren't qualified for me to take action. As he said that, a figure walked out of the ancient palace. It was a different skeleton, and its skull was emitting purple divine light. Kill them for me. The old voice rang out. Swish. The purple skeleton took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, it appeared in front of the ancient Yuan Celestial Arch and reached out with its 5 fingers to grab the ancient Yuan Celestial Thearch's abdomen. Divine light was emitting from the bone claw, and runes were faintly visible. Chaotic reversal. The ancient Yuan Celestial Arch didn't think too much about it. The bone claw suddenly changed direction, and the ancient Yuan Celestial Arch took advantage of this opportunity to attack the purple skeleton. Bam! The ancient Yuan Celestial Arch punched the purple skeleton's head, and powerful immortal Tao energy erupted from his fist. The purple skeleton was immediately sent flying by the ancient Yuan Celestial Thearch's punch. At this moment, a black light flashed. The Barbarian Arch also made a move. He waved the black iron blade in his hand and slashed at the ancient Yuan Celestial Arch, trying to split the ancient Yuan Celestial Arch in two. The black iron blade actually encountered great resistance when it slashed at the ancient Yuan Celestial Arch. Rumble. At this time, the Fire Emperor used a great technique, conjured a furnace, and sucked the purple skeleton into the furnace. Then, he wanted to completely refine it. When the 3 emperors joined forces, even the powerful purple skeleton would be suppressed. Boom! Just when everyone thought that they could get rid of this purple skeleton, a loud sound rang out. The furnace that the Fire Emperor had conjured exploded. The purple skeleton rushed out. Clang! The sound of metal clanging rang out as black chains, formed from the law of death, curled around the purple skeleton's body. Chapter 26:47. The purple skeleton was so powerful that the Fire Emperor hadn't been able to refine it even after putting it into the furnace. Clang! The purple skeleton waved its hand, causing the sound of metal clashing to resound. Divine chains of order rushed out of its body and entangled the 3 emperors. Swoosh! A divine chain of order pierced through the void and swept towards the ancient heavenly emperor, who was standing on the chariot. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The divine chain of order, which was about to entangle the ancient heavenly emperor, inexplicably lost its aim and slid to the side. At this moment, the chaotic force covered the ancient heavenly emperor's entire body. The ancient heavenly emperor could be said to be an invincible existence. Any attack on him would be countered by him. Slash! The ancient heavenly emperor directly displayed the flying celestial sword principle. A shocking sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and tore through the void as it fell towards the purple skeleton. Clang! A divine chain of order rushed out of the purple skeleton's body and entangled upwards, trying to block the ancient heavenly emperor's sword light. However, the flying celestial sword light actually cut through the divine order chains and landed on the purple skeleton's head, leaving a long sword mark on the purple skeleton's head. What? The purple skeleton was taken aback and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the Fire Emperor also broke the divine chain of order and rushed towards the purple skeleton. His murderous aura was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! The Fire Emperor instantly rushed forward and punched the purple skeleton. The pure yang true fire was vast and mighty, instantly enveloping the purple skeleton in a sea of flames. Break! The barbarian emperor leaped high and held his blade with both hands, slashing down with all his might. The black iron blade in his hand seemed to turn into a dazzling bolt of lightning in the darkness as it fiercely bombarded the purple skeleton's head. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Then, boom! With a bang, the purple skeleton's skull instantly shattered, and the divine fire in the skull also exploded. The area within a radius of 100,000 feet was affected. The barbarian emperor's all-out attack had finally killed the purple skeleton. Rumble. At the same time when the barbarian emperor killed the violet skeleton, the ancient palace in front of them trembled as an extremely powerful aura gushed forth from it. The three martial emperors were shocked when they sensed the aura. "You actually dared to kill my people. You deserve to die." An ancient voice rang out in everyone's hearts. Then, a skeletal hand shot out from the ancient palace and rapidly grew in size. In an instant, it had enveloped the entire void in front of the giant hand, including the three martial emperors. The fire emperor walked forward and struck out with his palm. An extremely powerful force spread from his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the two huge hands collided fiercely, causing a destructive storm to sweep out in all directions. Two extremely powerful forces were clashing head-on, causing everyone to be incomparably nervous. In the next moment, the Fire Emperor's body flew up. He felt a powerful force coming from his palm, causing him to fly backwards. The blood in his body was churning. How is this possible? The Barbarian Emperor and the Yuan Ancient Heavenly Emperor were indescribably shocked. They were very clear about the Fire Emperor's cultivation and battle prowess. He was a rare expert in the Heaven Realm. However, there was actually a powerful creature in the West Underworld Sea that had repelled the Fire Emperor. At this moment, a white figure appeared in the gate of the ancient palace and walked out. It was a white skeleton, and there was only a faint divine light in its skull. Bone scales had grown out of some parts of the skeleton's body, covering its entire body. What shocked the three martial emperors the most was that there were some parts of the skeleton that were growing flesh and blood. Was it trying to escape the fate of being a dead spirit? "Three kids, you're really tired of living." The white skeleton's voice rang out in the hearts of the three martial emperors. Kids. The Yuan Ancient Heavenly Emperor and the others couldn't help but feel a little unhappy when they heard the white skeleton call them that. This white skeleton, Zhou, didn't seem to care about them at all. Kill. The Barbarian Emperor didn't say anything more. He directly slashed at the white skeleton. The powerful saber chi fluctuations caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. However, a scene that caused the Yuan Ancient Heavenly Emperor and the others to be dumbfounded appeared. The old man actually stretched out his hand and grabbed the black saber that was slashing down. What? The Barbarian Emperor was truly shocked. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been anyone who could grab his saber with their bare hands. This was something that had never happened before. Bang! The white skeleton struck out with its palm and directly sent the Barbarian Emperor flying. The Barbarian Emperor coughed up blood, and the black saber was snatched away by the white skeleton. How is this possible? The Yuan Ancient Heavenly Emperor and the Fire Emperor were indescribably shocked. They couldn't believe that the white skeleton was actually so powerful. Just a palm strike was enough to heavily injure the Barbarian Emperor. One must know that the Barbarian Emperor was a martial emperor that rose up from the 100,000 barbarian mountains. This white skeleton looked incomparably weak. The divine light in its skull seemed as though it would extinguish at any moment. However, it was still stubbornly holding on. Also, this white skeleton didn't reveal anything. But at the most crucial moment, it could change the entire situation. Oomph! The white skeleton grabbed the black saber of the Barbarian Emperor and actually broke it into two before tossing it away. The eyes of the Yuan Ancient Heavenly Emperor and the Fire Emperor almost popped out of their sockets. This white skeleton was much more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. If I want to kill all of you, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Don't even think about escaping. That's useless. From now on, I will torture all of you before killing you. The white skeleton coldly spoke. You want to torture us to death? Do you think that you are a paragon? Yuan ancient heavenly emperor laughed. Although this white skeleton was powerful, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. I'm not a paragon, but I'm more than enough to kill all of you. The white skeleton spoke in a serious tone. In its skull, a soul fire flickered unceasingly. Is that so? Then I will send you on your way first. As he spoke, the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor suddenly waved his hand. A scroll immediately flew out from his sleeves and opened it. A supreme immortal aura immediately erupted from the scroll. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled violently, as though the entire sky was about to shatter. 9 runes flew out from the scroll, each of them bursting with an immortal aura as they shot towards the white skeleton to seal it. This is Chapter 26:48. The white skeleton in the ancient palace was too powerful and terrifying. Even a saint sovereign wasn't a match for it. Even the black saber in the barbarian emperor's hand was broken by it. The white skeleton forced the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor to use his trump card. A scroll was taken out by the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor. A supreme aura instantly appeared above the west dark sea, causing the entire sea to tremble. It was as though the sky was about to collapse. The white skeleton was incomparably shocked. The soul fire in its skull was rapidly pulsing. It sensed danger and rapidly retreated. 9 runes flew out from the scroll, imprinting themselves in the air. They emitted boundless divine light, dispelling the deathly chi above the west dark sea. The deathly aura above the west nether sea had existed for countless years, but on this day, everything changed. The 9 runes illuminated the dark sky, dispelling the dark clouds in the sky, allowing the light from the outside world to shine into this forbidden ground. Runes left behind by a paragon. The white skeleton was incomparably shocked. It immediately retreated back into the ancient palace. The pressure emitted by the 9 runes was simply too powerful. Bzz. The ancient palace trembled as ancient Tao runes appeared on it. A terrifying deathly chi permeated the air. What? The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. This ancient palace was actually able to resist the supreme Tao runes. It was truly unbelievable. Kill. The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor directly activated the scroll. The 9 supreme Tao runes instantly shot towards the ancient palace in the sky. Rumble. The void trembled. Every single talisman was exuding a supremely powerful aura of the immortal Tao. Every single talisman could crush the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, the supreme immortal aura actually penetrated through the ancient path and reached the human world. What's going on? Could it be that someone in the heaven realm is using the supreme Tao? In the human world, in the heaven market, around the ancient road to heaven, there were ancient saints muttering to themselves. The aura coming from the ancient road to heaven was too terrifying and powerful. Even ancient saints had the urge to kneel down and worship it. At this time, in the Ghost Emperor's touring abode in the Ghost Palace of Plentiful City, a man sitting on a throne in the hall suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 flashes of lightning seemed to flash in the dim hall. Who would have thought? The man muttered to himself, but in the next moment, he closed his eyes and stopped moving. Outside the Ghost Emperor's touring abode stood a white silhouette. This person's white robe fluttered in the wind. He was a middle-aged scholar with a slender figure and a handsome face. However, his face was a bit pale. This person was the master of the Plentiful City Ghost Palace, Plentiful City Ghost Emperor. What happened? He also sensed the fluctuation of extreme power in the human realm. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void. At this time, the fluctuation of extreme power directly alarmed the supreme existences in the human realm. Plentiful City Ghost Emperor's figure appeared in front of the ancient road to heaven. In the depths of the northern devil domain, the ruthless person who used his own power to intimidate the entire domain also summoned a clone and came to the heaven market. Roars came from the danger zones in the human world. Powerful divine intents rushed out from these danger zones and descended to the heaven market. These great characters wanted to know what was going on. It seems like someone is attacking that forbidden zone. Plentiful City Ghost Emperor thought of this possibility and couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. Leveling the Forbidden Zone was absolutely an incomparably crazy action, but now, someone was doing it. Rumble. The entire ancient heaven ascension road was shaking. The aura of the extreme Tao was too powerful. Even a strand of it could crush the heavens. This made all the cultivators on the ancient heaven ascension road retreat far away, not daring to get close. Only Plentiful City Ghost Emperor could come close. At this time, Gu Fei also came. He had a saint artifact of extreme Tao, so he wouldn't be affected by the aura from the ancient road to heaven. Moreover, the violet gold divine sword in his body was vibrating as if it was affected by something or resonated with a certain power. The sword showed signs of flying out from his body. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a certain possibility. When he came to the ancient road to heaven, the violet gold divine sword in his body vibrated even more intensely. It seemed like someone in the upper realm was using the power of a supreme Tao ancestor. Someone wanted to level the forbidden zone in the heavenly realm. This was truly a great move. If it succeeded, it would absolutely be the first to level a forbidden zone. One had to admit that some people in the heavenly realm were truly too crazy. Greetings, Senior. Gu Fei saw Plentiful City Ghost Emperor and quickly went forward to pay his respects. You're here too. Seeing that Gu Fei wasn't affected by the aura of the extreme Tao, Ghost Emperor couldn't help but be startled. However, he immediately realized that the other party had a saint artifact of extreme Tao that could ignore this kind of pressure. Your cultivation is about to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm. Very good. Ghost Emperor Plentiful City immediately saw through Gu Fei's cultivation and strength. Gu Fei's speed of cultivation was beyond his imagination. One should know that Gu Fei wasn't even worthy of his attention in the past. But now, Gu Fei was about to become a heavenly sovereign. Senior, what happened on the other side of the ancient road to heaven? Gu Fei asked humbly. I'm not too sure either. It seems like someone used that power. I didn't expect that person to leave behind a backup plan in the heavenly realm. Ghost Emperor Plentiful City sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but wonder if the person Ghost Emperor Plentiful City mentioned was the supreme Tao ancestor that created the path of immortal Tao. Everyone in the path of immortal Tao considered themselves as the successor of the supreme Tao ancestor. This was because the path of immortal Tao was created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Today, the path of immortal Tao was incomparably prosperous. There were countless people cultivating the path of immortal Tao. Senior, why don't we go up and have a look? Gu Fei suggested. He was very curious as to who was using that power. One should know that the violet gold divine sword was with him. Could it be that the supreme Tao ancestor had refined another saint artifact of extreme Tao? All right. Ghost Emperor Plentiful City didn't think too much and nodded in agreement. Then, he stepped onto the ancient heaven ascension road first, followed by Gu Fei. Two silhouettes, one in front and one behind, quickly disappeared from the ancient heaven ascension road. What? Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. Ghost Emperor Plentiful City actually went on the ancient road to heaven with Gu Fei. Am I seeing things? Chapter 2649. For the Dongfang family, Gu Fei and Ghost Emperor Fengdu walking together was definitely something that couldn't be ignored. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's background was too great. He was one of the strongest existences in the Tonglong continent. Even the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was wary of him. Now that Gu Fei was walking together with Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the Dongfang clan felt a great pressure. At this time, Gu Fei and Ghost Emperor Fengdu walked on the ancient road to heaven without any hindrance. They directly arrived at the blood-colored platform. That is, an extremely powerful divine aura descended from the sky. The western underworld sea was churning, and the endless seawater was surging, creating huge waves that reached the sky. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. High up in the sky, there were 9 supreme runes sealing off a part of the world, fixing a pitch-black ancient palace in place. 3 experts were standing high up in the sky, staring nervously at the ancient palace that was sealed by the 9 supreme runes. Primordial Heavenly Emperor? Gu Fei noticed that the Primordial Heavenly Emperor was standing on a war chariot with a scroll in his hand. The scroll was emitting a boundless immortal light. He found it hard to believe that the primordial heavenly emperor was using the power of the scroll to seal the ancient palace. The ancient palace was also extraordinary. Under the suppression of the supreme immortal Tao runes, it didn't collapse and wasn't destroyed by the 9 supreme immortal Tao runes. It seemed like this ancient palace was also a supreme-grade ancient palace. This is the Heaven Realm's forbidden zone, the Western Dark Sea. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's knowledge was naturally extraordinary. He recognized this forbidden zone. In the Heaven Realm, there was only one place with a dark sea, and this place was the Western Dark Sea. It was unknown how this forbidden zone was formed, but since it was called a forbidden zone, it naturally wasn't a good place. There were unknown dangers lurking around. Western Dark Sea? When Gu Fei heard this, he was shocked. He had once wandered in the Heaven Realm for a period of time. He had heard of this place before. It was a place where only death existed. At this moment, the black hall that was sealed by the 9 supreme immortal runes began to tremble. Strands of powerful death energy turned into beams of death light that broke through the underworld sea. They shot into the sky and entered the black hall. The power of the entire West Nether Sea was drawn and gathered toward the black temple in the sky. The 9 supreme immortal Tao runes that sealed Black Hall began to tremble, actually showing signs of being shaken off. Black Hall was gathering endless death energy. The white skeleton in the Black Temple wanted to use the power of the West Nether Ocean to fight against the 9 supreme immortal Tao talismans. Good heavens! On the blood-colored platform at the exit of the ancient road to heaven, Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene. Humph! Even a sovereign wouldn't be able to flatten the West Nether Ocean, let alone a scroll left behind by a sovereign. A divine sense fluctuation came from the Black Temple. At this moment, the Black Temple had devoured the endless death energy. An unimaginably powerful force erupted from the Black Temple. Rumble. The 9 supreme immortal Tao talismans were forced back, causing the ancient heavenly emperor and the others to turn pale with fright. They were relying on this scroll, but it was almost useless now. Let's go. Let's retreat first. The ancient heavenly emperor sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly said to the barbarian emperor and fire emperor, "I really can't accept this." The barbarian emperor was extremely depressed. Even his black iron saber was broken in this battle. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing since he started cultivating. Is the Forbidden Zone really that hard to flatten? The Fire Emperor was also unwilling to retreat, but he had no choice. One should know that the cultivation of the white skeleton in the Black Temple was extremely powerful. They weren't a match for it at all. Behind the ancient Heavenly Emperor Palace, the 2 sovereigns retreated. On the other hand, the countless figures who were still fighting until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Immortal soldiers and generals kept falling from the sky, and there were also many dead spirits that were cut down by the immortal soldiers and generals. Soon, the retreat horn was heard. The Celestial Thearch's combat army and the Fire Emperor's combat army immediately retreated towards the West Nether Ocean. As the Celestial Thearch's combat army and the Fire Emperor's combat army retreated, the monstrous dead creatures rushed towards the Celestial Thearch's combat army and the Fire Emperor's combat army like a tide. Shi was originally fighting the Golden Skeleton. When he heard the retreat horn, he couldn't help but be shocked. Since the horn had sounded, he had to obey it unconditionally. Shi forced the Golden Skeleton to retreat and turned to leave. The Golden Skeleton naturally wouldn't let Shi go so easily. It held the golden sword and chased after Shi. In another direction, the Fire Emperor's first divine general was still fighting a dead spirit. The dead spirit was extremely powerful, and the Fire Emperor's divine general couldn't get rid of it for a while. Bang! At that moment, a figure rushed past the first divine general and sent the dead spirit flying. Then, with a bang, the dead spirit exploded in the void. At that moment, the first divine general finally saw who it was. He couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. It turned out that the one who killed the dead spirit was its master, the Fire Emperor. "Quick, retreat from here," said the Fire Emperor. He knew that the ancient Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Although the scroll in the ancient Heavenly Emperor's hand was powerful, it had a time limit. If they couldn't take down the dead spirit for a long time, it would definitely be detrimental to them. As the Fire Emperor's combat army and the Celestial Thearch's combat army retreated, the West Nether Ocean became much calmer. The Fire Emperor and the Barbarian Emperor rushed out of the West Nether Ocean. At that moment, the ancient Heavenly Emperor also retreated. The 9 supreme immortal Tao divine inscriptions that rushed out of the scroll began to dim, which made the ancient Heavenly Emperor extremely nervous. If anything happened to the scroll, he would be the one to suffer. Since you're here, why are you still going out? Stay here, said the white skeleton in the black hall. Then, black chains of order rushed out of the black hall and entangled the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Each chain of order released the strongest fluctuations of death energy. The 9 supreme immortal Tao divine inscriptions could no longer suppress the power of the black hall. As long as he was entangled by the chains of order, the ancient Heavenly Emperor would most likely become the white skeleton's prisoner. On the blood-colored platform, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. At that moment, another ominous thing happened on the blood-colored platform. The extremely evil bloodstains on the platform began to emit an extremely powerful aura. One after another, blood-colored figures appeared on the platform. This Chapter 2650. At this moment, the 3 emperors were defeated. The 9 immortal runes on the scroll controlled by the primordial Emperor Xian gradually dimmed. The white skeleton was using the Death Black Temple to draw the power of death from the entire West Darksea Sea. Endless power of death was rapidly gathering towards the Black Temple. As time went by, the immortal power that erupted from the scroll was suppressed, and the power of death gradually gained the upper hand. A supreme power of death shook the heavens and the earth, causing all the powerful existences in the West Darksea Sea to feel incomparably fearful. This was the ultimate power of death. It was no wonder that no one had been able to level the forbidden area since ancient times. It seemed that this was not without reason. The Fire Emperor's soldiers and Celestial Emperor's soldiers were retreating. Endless undead chased after them. Immortal soldiers were constantly killed by the undead soldiers, falling from the sky and being devoured by the surging underworld sea below. Shi, the number 1 general under the Celestial Emperor's command, roared angrily. His voice shook the battlefield. He turned around and waved the divine spear in his hand, displaying the powerful battle strength of a saint emperor. A large number of undead soldiers fell from the sky like dumplings falling into a pot. The soul fire in their skulls was forcefully dispersed. At this moment, the Fire Emperor and the Barbarian Emperor attacked. Countless undead soldiers were instantly killed by the 2 emperors. With the help of the 2 emperors, countless Celestial Emperor's soldiers and Fire Emperor's soldiers successfully broke through the siege and rushed out of the West Darksea Sea. The primordial Celestial Emperor brought up the rear. He protected himself with the scroll and fought with the white skeleton in the Death Black Temple, retreating as he fought. Even though the 9 immortal runes gradually dimmed, they still displayed unparalleled power, blocking the black chains of death that were piercing towards them from all directions. Even if the Supreme Tao Ancestor came personally, he wouldn't dare to say that he could level the West Darksea Sea. Who do you think you are? The white skeleton's divine sense rippled from the Death Black Temple. All the cultivators who sensed the divine sense ripple were extremely shocked. This was the source of the West Darksea Sea's confidence. It dared to challenge a supremacy. This also showed how powerful and terrifying the West Darksea Sea was. It was definitely not an easy task to level the West Darksea Sea. Rumble. The void trembled. The Death Black Palace was like a primordial demonic mountain that pressed down on the ancient Yuan Celestial Emperor, emitting a terrifying aura. The primordial Heavenly Emperor quickly retreated, using immortal Tao runes to tear open the void and escape. Just as the primordial Heavenly Emperor was forced to retreat, something ominous happened on the ancient Heaven Ascension Road. On the blood-colored platform in front of the ancient Heaven Ascension Road, blood-colored shadows stood up one after another. Supreme Martial Artist's blood? When Ghost Emperor Fengdu saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. All of this was too strange. The bloodstains on the ground never disappeared, containing broken Tao laws. However, even Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't know why the blood would undergo such an evil transformation. Swoosh! A bloody shadow that was closest to Plentiful Dough pounced at Plentiful Dough without warning. A thick, bloody smell immediately pervaded the scarlet platform. Ghost Emperor Fengdu waved his hand, and the blood shadow immediately dissipated. However, as more and more bloody shadows appeared on the scarlet platform, things happened as Gu Fei expected. The blood shadows were hard to erase, and even Ghost Emperor Fengdu was a bit dumbfounded. "Senior, I think we should retreat," Gu Fei said. "Preposterous." Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't say anything and directly attacked. A mass of black light spread from his body and instantly enveloped the entire scarlet platform. The blood shadows were directly erased by the power of the Ghost Dao and dissipated in the void. However, the never-disappearing bloodstains on the scarlet platform were hard to erase. Even someone as powerful as Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't erase these bloodstains. This was the blood of a supreme martial artist, containing broken Dao laws. Even if they were broken Dao laws, they were still supreme martial artists and weren't something that Ghost Emperor Fengdu could erase. Sigh. Ghost Emperor Fengdu sighed and retracted the power of the Ghost Dao. The bloodstains on the crimson platform emitted a strange crimson light, and the crimson shadows reappeared in the void. "Let's go." Ghost Emperor Fengdu knew that his power could temporarily suppress this demonic power, but he couldn't erase the bloodstains on the platform. As long as the bloodstains weren't erased, the blood shadows wouldn't disappear. Ominous things would still happen. In the end, Gu Fei and Ghost Emperor Fengdu left the scarlet platform, walked into the ancient path to heaven, and returned along the original path. Boom! After Gu Fei and Ghost Emperor Fengdu left, a loud explosion resounded in the dark sky. The ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor was directly sent flying out of the western Dark Sea by the Death Black Palace. The chariot under his feet exploded, and the 9 immortal Dao runes completely dissipated. His entire body became faint as if it could disappear at any time. This was only one of the countless clones of the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor, not his real body. Even if it disappeared, it wouldn't affect the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor at all. At this time, the Celestial Emperor's combat weapon and the Fire Emperor's combat weapon rushed out of the western Dark Sea. The white skeleton controlled the Death Black Palace and directly killed its way out of the western Dark Sea. Countless black chains of death rushed out of the Death Black Palace and pierced the immortal soldiers and generals. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. The dead spirits of the western Dark Sea actually dared to leave the western Dark Sea. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Roar! I don't want to die. I'm unwilling. Screams and cries resounded everywhere. The black chains of death instantly pierced the bodies of countless immortal soldiers and generals. In an instant, the bodies of the immortal soldiers and generals that were pierced by the black chains of death withered rapidly. Their essence, chi, and spirit were completely devoured by the black chains of death, turning them into horrifying dried corpses. At this time, the barbarian emperor directly broke the void and instantly escaped. He didn't care about the life and death of the Fire Emperor and the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor. Damn it! The Fire Emperor roared angrily. He waved his big sleeve and directly stored the remaining Fire Emperor's combat weapon into his big sleeve, and then directly escaped. At this time, the saints who were watching the battle outside the western Dark Sea also began to retreat. Dizun, Shi shouted at the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor. He hoped that the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor would save them. At this time, the white skeleton once again attacked. The black chains of death once again pierced the bodies of countless celestial emperors' combat weapons, dragging them to the black chains of death. Their essence was completely devoured, turning them into dried corpses. Roar! Shi's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. However, given his cultivation base, he couldn't change anything. Rumble. Chapter 26:51. The clone of the ancient Yuan Celestial Emperor was going all out. He actually ignited the last of his immortal Dao source energy and charged towards the Death Black Palace. At the same time, the clone threw out the scroll. The scroll unfurled and emitted a hazy divine light that sucked in the remaining Celestial Emperor armaments. Take the scroll back to Celestial City. The voice of the ancient Yuan Celestial Emperor rang out in Shi-Chi's mind.
Yes.
Shi-Chi accepted the order and grabbed the scroll that was descending from the sky. Then, he crushed a jade talisman and instantly disappeared into the void without a trace. You overestimate yourself. The white skeleton's consciousness rippled out from the death-black palace. Boom! The incarnation of the Yuan ancient celestial the arch exploded and turned into a ball of immortal divine fire. It enveloped the entire death-black hall and displayed its terrifying might. One after another, the black chains of death shattered. The black palace of death was shaking, and countless runes of death dissipated in the immortal flames. The clone of the ancient Yuan Celestial Emperor had been sacrificed just like that. However, it couldn't harm the white skeleton in the death-black palace and prevented it from chasing after Shi-Chi. Roar! The death-black palace shook as the white skeleton roared at the sky. The true powerhouse hadn't arrived. Only a clone had been destroyed. This result was hard to accept. At this time, all the saints who were watching the battle from the periphery of the West Dark Sea had already fled. Even if the white skeleton wanted to find someone to vent its anger on, there was no one to do so for it. In the end, the white skeleton could only retreat back into the West Dark Sea. The Forbidden Land was difficult to conquer. The ancient Yuan Celestial Emperor's plan to conquer the Forbidden Land had failed. He had suffered heavy losses and even sacrificed one of his clones. The battle had shaken the entire region. Everyone had witnessed the power of the West Dark Sea. The creatures in the Forbidden Land were indeed powerful and terrifying. However, if the Forbidden Land couldn't be conquered, then the passage between the mortal realm and the celestial realm couldn't be opened. At this time, the ancient Yuan Celestial Emperor's top general, Shi-Chi, was hurrying through the mountains with the scroll in his hand. He wanted to rush to the nearest city and use the transportation array there to leave the West Dark Sea. However, what he didn't know was that a figure was silently chasing after him. Very soon, the mysterious figure blocked Shi-Chi's path in a mountain forest, blocking his way. Hand over the scroll. The mysterious man looked at Shi-Chi and said calmly. His entire body was covered in black clothes, and his face was covered with a black cloth, revealing only his eyes. Who are you? Do you know who you are talking to? Shi-Chi stared at the mysterious man in front of him and said coldly, "TCH, I only know that if you don't hand over that scroll now, you will die." The black-robed man coldly spoke. His eyes flickered as a cold, killing intent gushed forth from him, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He wanted to kill Shi-Chi. Haha, is that so? Shi-Chi smiled. Suddenly, he raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards the black-clothed man without any warning. The tip of the spear seemed to have turned into a silver star, emitting a resplendent brilliance. However, Shi-Chi couldn't laugh. The black-clothed man stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear. Then, with a shake of his hand, he sent Shi-Chi flying. Then, the black-clothed man smashed the spear that he had snatched from Shi-Chi and nailed him in the air. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The black-clothed man stepped forward and searched Shi-Chi's body. Shi-Chi was already half dead, and his life was in the hands of the black-clothed man. Very quickly, everything on Shi-Chi's body was found by the black-clothed man. He didn't have anything on him, which surprised the black-clothed man. Where's the scroll? The black-clothed man interrogated Shi-Chi again. However, Shi-Chi was very unyielding and didn't say a word. No matter how the black-clothed man tortured him, he wouldn't say a word. Shi-Chi knew very well that as long as he didn't say a word, he would be able to live. If he did, he would be worthless and the other party might even kill him. Very well, then die. The black-clothed man was getting impatient. He directly pointed his finger and destroyed Shi-Chi's Niwen palace, scattering his soul. Shi-Chi instantly breathed his last. At the moment when Shi-Chi was killed by the black-clothed man, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Then, with a boom, the void shattered. Looking into the black vortex, one could see a part of the world being destroyed and turning back into primal chaos. The terrifying destructive power was truly frightening. This was the collapse of Shi-Chi's inner world. After Shi-Chi was killed by the black-clothed man, his inner world lost its support and would turn back into primal chaos in a short period of time. The black-clothed man directly rushed into the black vortex and entered Shi-Chi's inner world that was heading towards destruction. Then, he unleashed a great technique. Stalks of spiritual herbs flew over from all directions and landed in the black-clothed man's hands. In this inner world, there was a palace built on top of a huge mountain. Without hesitation, the black-clothed man rushed over and moved the palace into his inner world. The ground was collapsing and cracks in space that were difficult to repair appeared in the sky. The black-clothed man found many good things in this inner world that was about to be destroyed. It was time to leave. He directly rushed out of this inner world and returned to reality. Just as he returned to reality, Shi-Chi's inner world finally completely collapsed, and a scroll flew out from the primal chaos. Shi-Chi had no idea where this scroll was kept. This was the only way for the black-clothed man to have a chance of obtaining this scroll. A rune left behind by the Tao ancestor? The black-clothed man opened the scroll and saw that it was hazy. Inside it was a hazy world with countless celestial emperor's combat soldiers moving about. The man in black smiled, and then he put the scroll away. He soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Just as Shi-Chi was killed, in the sky above the celestial city in the eastern domain, within the celestial palace, a paw sound rang out from a secret room where a soul tablet was enshrined. A jade token suddenly exploded without any warning, emitting a crisp sound. What? Shi-Chi is dead. An old man in the secret room was extremely shocked. He could not believe that Shi-Chi was actually dead because his soul tablet had been shattered. Chapter 2652. Shi-Chi was the most capable assistant of the ancient celestial Tharch. He had once led the celestial Thearch's army to conquer a huge territory for the ancient celestial Tharch. The death of this god of death had infuriated the ancient celestial Tharch. He had issued an immortal order to avenge Shi-Chi, but no one knew who had killed him. The ancient celestial Tharch had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Not only had he lost an avatar, but Shi-Chi had also died. Not a single one of the 100,000 celestial Tharch army had survived. The ancient celestial Tharch was so angry that he nearly vomited blood when he heard the news. A furious roar came from the celestial Tharch palace, shaking the entire place. Countless immortal soldiers were trembling in fear. The ancient celestial Tharch was furious. On this day, countless immortal generals were sent out by the ancient celestial Tharch. The ancient celestial Tharch wanted to know who had attacked him from behind. He had learned from other sources that Shi-Chi had successfully escaped the West Dark Sea. It was obvious that someone had killed him on his way back. Even the Supreme Scroll had been stolen by that person. The Supreme Scroll was one of the few trump cards the ancient celestial Tharch had. If it hadn't been for the importance of this battle, he definitely wouldn't have used it. Just as the ancient celestial Tharch was about to go crazy, someone was very happy. A black-robed man appeared on top of a mountain in the outer region of the West Dark Sea. The West Dark Sea had already returned to its former tranquility, and no one dared to casually step into this place. However, this mysterious black-robed man simply ignored the threat of the West Dark Sea and directly went to the outer region. Ancient celestial Tharch is probably vomiting blood now. The man muttered to himself with a mischievous smile on his face. This person was Old Tortoise. He was the ancestor of sneak attacks. Even when Shi-Chi died, he didn't know who killed him. Shi-Chi was really unlucky to have met the Old Tortoise. That's the ancient road to heaven. The Old Tortoise used a secret art to look into the depths of the West Dark Sea. He saw an ancient road extending out of the void, and there was a blood-colored platform at the exit. Who made this prank? They actually opened the exit of the ancient road to heaven here. The old turtle was speechless. The West Nether Sea was a forbidden zone, and those fellows there weren't easy to provoke. The fate of the ancient celestial Tharch was the best proof of that. If he wanted to descend to the lower realms, he would first have to pass through the western underworld ocean. However, it was practically impossible to pass through this trial. The Old Tortoise didn't believe that anyone in the present age could do something that not even a supreme being could do. Flattening the forbidden area was just an unrealistic idea. Hey, you inside, listen up. Your grandpa turtle is here. Hurry up and come out to welcome me. Old Tortoise suddenly shouted at the western underworld sea. Is this guy crazy? At this time, some saints were wandering around the western underworld sea. When they heard the old turtle's roar, they were so scared that they almost turned around and fled. The dead spirits in the western underworld sea were not to be trifled with. Even the three emperors weren't a match for those undead spirits. However, there was no response from the western netherworld sea. It was completely silent, and there was not a single ripple in the lifeless netherworld sea. The surface of the sea was as calm as a mirror. What's going on? Old Tortoise was a little disappointed. He thought that those guys in the western underworld sea would jump out once he roared, but the result was beyond his expectations. Trash of the western underworld sea, your grandpa turtle is here to challenge you. Hurry up and come out to accept your death. Old Tortoise roared again, and his voice spread far and wide. This guy is really crazy. At this time, the saints who were wandering around hurriedly retreated far away and didn't dare to appear near the western underworld sea. No one knew if the terrifying existence in the western underworld sea would come out to kill them. You're all turtles who hide in your shells. Old Tortoise roared. He seemed to have forgotten that he was also a turtle. However, no matter how much Old Tortoise scolded and roared, the dead spirits in the western underworld sea refused to come out. The western underworld sea was strangely quiet. Humph, you're not coming out, huh? Then don't blame me for being rude, Old Tortoise said with a smirk. Then, he flipped his right hand, and a large seal immediately appeared in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned seal with chaotic chi lingering on it. Then, the ancient seal shot up from Old Tortoise's hand and smashed towards the western underworld sea. By the time the ancient seal soared into the sky, it had already become as big as a mountain, blocking out the entire sky. Strands of chaotic energy descended from the huge seal, like huge chaotic dragons. An unimaginably powerful wave of energy came down from the seal, and the void below the seal constantly cracked into pitch-black spatial cracks. Rumble. An ancient seal directly smashed down from the sky, causing the entire western underworld sea to tremble. At this time, monstrous waves were set off on the calm surface of the sea. Countless white bones that had sunk to the bottom of the sea rolled up, and a wave of death energy was rapidly recovering. A black palace broke through the seawater and rushed out from the bottom of the sea. The Black Palace of Death had appeared, and in the main hall of the Black Palace sat a white skeleton. What? When the white skeletons in the Black Temple sensed the mighty aura of the seal in the sky, they were extremely shocked. The Tai Huang seal. How is this possible? The weak soul fire in the skull of the white skeleton pulsed violently, as if it would extinguish at any time. For dead spirits, the soul fire was the source of their lives. Once the soul fire was extinguished, the dead spirit's soul would also dissipate. Humph, are you willing to come out now? Old Tortoise sneered when he saw this scene from a mountain on the outskirts of the western underworld sea. Rumble. Under the control of Old Tortoise, a large seal descended from the sky and directly pressed down on the Black Palace below. A supreme aura spread out from the seal. Before the seal actually hit the Black Palace shook violently, and hideous cracks appeared on its surface as if it would collapse at any time. The white skeleton in the Black Palace was extremely shocked and did not know what to do for a moment. The Tai Huang seal was different from the Supreme Scroll used by the primordial Heavenly Emperor. The Supreme Scroll was just a scroll, and a Supreme Being had left 9 Supreme Tao patterns on it. However, the Tai Huang seal was different. It was a supreme demon weapon refined by the Supreme Tai Huang of the demon race. There was no comparison between the two. Boom. At this moment, the seal directly smashed down and smashed into the Black Palace. With a loud bang, the Black Palace exploded. It was directly destroyed by the Tai Sovereign seal. Even the soul fire of the skeleton in the Black Palace was extinguished. It was dead. This was the power of the Tai Huang seal, which could unleash a supreme attack. Although the white skeleton was powerful, it could not compete with the Tai Huang seal. The white skeleton that had previously defeated 3 martial emperors with its own strength was now smashed to death by the Tai Huang seal. The sages roaming around the periphery of the West Darksea Ocean were shocked by the scene in front of them. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. All of this was too unbelievable. It had to be known that the white skeleton had just displayed its divine might and forced the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor and the other 2 emperors to flee. However, the truth was right in front of them, and the sages had no choice but to believe it. Isn't that the Tai Huang seal? The demon lord is here. Someone recognized the Tai Huang seal and exclaimed, "Rumble!" The West Darksea Ocean shook violently, and a powerful death energy gathered quickly. After the Tai Huang seal smashed the Black Palace, another Black Palace rushed out from the depths of the ocean. Boom! With a loud bang, another Black Palace broke through the water and soared into the sky. A terrifying aura of death immediately spread out from the Black Palace. This black hall was smaller than the previous black hall, but the energy ripples it gave off were much more powerful than the previous black hall. The old tortoise was shocked when he saw this. At this moment, the dead spirits in the Black Palace made their move. Black chains rushed out from the Black Palace and entangled the mountain-like Tai Huang seal. Swoosh! At this moment, the Tai Huang seal suddenly emitted a dazzling demonic light. Then, the mountain-like Tai Huang seal disappeared and a figure appeared in the void. The figure was burly. He stood there as if all the Daos in the world were about to be trampled under his feet. He had an aura of looking down on the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The figure was extremely familiar to the old tortoise. This was the god of the Tai Huang seal. He looked exactly like his father, the Tai Huang, as if the Tai Huang had appeared in the world. The god's attack was extraordinary. The Black Palace was directly smashed by the god's punch. The dead spirits inside could not escape and were directly smashed into pieces. While the old tortoise was fighting in the Forbidden Land, Gu Fei came to the Jiang clan of the Desolate in the human realm. He was here to pay a visit to Jiang Renhuang. Gu Fei's arrival shocked the upper echelons of the Jiang clan of the Desolate. The current clan leader of the Jiang clan of the Desolate personally came out to welcome Gu Fei and brought him into the Jiang clan of the Desolate. He planned to ask Jiang Renhuang to destroy the Forbidden Land in the Heaven Realm and open the path to heavenly mortality. Gu Fei met Jiang Renhuang in a valley in the Jiang clan of the Jiang clan. At this time, Jiang Renhuang had already recovered from his injuries. When Gu Fei stated his intention, Jiang Renhuang rejected his request. The reason was simple: it was not the right time. The appearance of the ancient road to heavenly mortality was just a joke played by someone. One should know that even a supreme being might not be able to destroy the Forbidden Land in the Heaven Realm. Chapter 26:53. Gu Fei went to the ancestral land of the Jiang clan to visit Renhuang Jiang. He wanted to ask the Renhuang to clear out the Forbidden Land and open up the path to the heavenly mortal realm. However, Renhuang Jiang did not want to make a move because it was not the right time yet. Although Gu Fei was a little disappointed, he still took the opportunity to ask the Renhuang for advice on cultivation. His cultivation had long reached a bottleneck. He felt that he could take the next step, but the reality was that he was still lacking something. Jiang Renhuang was a senior expert, and his understanding of cultivation made Gu Fei feel as if he had seen the blue sky through the clouds. All the doubts and puzzles he had in the past regarding cultivation were answered by Renhuang's mouth. Gu Fei decided to stay in the Jiang clan of the Ancients so that he could ask Renhuang Jiang for advice. He had unintentionally helped Renhuang Jiang before, so the Renhuang naturally saw him in a different light. He also wanted to help Gu Fei and help Gu Fei increase his cultivation. Because of this, the other descendants of the Jiang clan were envious of Gu Fei. One should know that the descendants of the Jiang clan dreamed of being personally taught by the Renhuang. However, even the most outstanding genius of the Jiang clan could not receive the Renhuang's guidance. While Gu Fei was staying in the Jiang clan of the Ancients, the old turtle was showing off his power in the West Underworld Sea in the Heaven Realm. He directly took out the Tai Huang seal. The Tai Huang seal turned into a middle-aged man who was fighting against the dead spirits in the West Underworld Sea. He continuously killed the powerful dead spirits that were hiding in the sea. I thought the West Underworld Sea was something special. It seems like I, the old turtle, will be able to flatten this West Underworld Sea. The old turtle stood on top of the mountain and said arrogantly. He thought that he was the one fighting, but the truth was that he only took out the Tai Huang seal. It was the god inside the seal that was fighting in the West Underworld Sea. The Tai Huang seal was a demonic weapon of the extreme Tao. It contained the awakening of a god. It was equivalent to the descent of a supreme being and could indeed destroy a forbidden land. At this moment, the holy grade creatures that were hiding in the distance gathered from all directions. They were extremely shocked at the sight of this. In the West Nether Sea, the silhouette displayed invincible might. The black halls of death that rushed out from the depths of the Nether Sea kept exploding. There were no dead souls that could stop that silhouette. The Tai Sovereign Seal is indeed powerful. No wonder it's the #1 demon weapon in the history of the demon race. Someone exclaimed. This time, we might really be able to flatten the Western Netherworld Ocean. Some people were incomparably excited because once they flattened the Western Underworld Sea, there would be no more obstructions on the Heaven Realm's path, and the experts of the Heaven Realm could descend to the lower realms. Of course, experts from the lower realms could also ascend to the heavens. Rumble. Just when everyone thought that Old Tortoise would succeed, the entire West Nether Sea suddenly shook. A gigantic black temple of death rose from the depths of the West Nether Sea. A powerful aura of death spread out from the Underworld Palace. An extremely powerful and terrifying figure was sitting in the Underworld Palace. Tai Huang Seal. A divine will rippled out from the figure, and a voice rang out in everyone's hearts. I've met my match. When Old Tortoise sensed the aura coming from the Underworld Palace, he immediately put away his frivolous expression and became solemn. At that moment, the middle-aged man formed by the deity of the Tai Huang Seal made a forceful move. He stretched out his hand and crushed the entire world, wanting to smash the Underworld Palace into pieces. Boom! A huge pitch-black hand rushed out from the Underworld Palace and directly met the attack. Two extremely powerful forces collided in an instant, and a large area of the void suddenly collapsed and collapsed. Even half of the Nether Sea seawater was evaporated. This time, the deity of the Tai Huang Seal could not gain any advantage. Old Tortoise was secretly shocked when he saw this scene. One should know that the deity of the Tai Huang Seal was equivalent to an extension of his father's life. To a certain extent, the deity of the Tai Huang Seal was a supreme being. However, the being in the Underworld Palace was also incredible. He was probably a different kind of supreme being. Otherwise, how could he have withstood a blow from the deity of the Tai Huang Seal? Let's fight. Unleash your power and defeat this guy for me. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice to the deity of the Tai Huang Seal. He was very confident in the deity of the Tai Huang Seal. After all, it was a demonic weapon of the Tai Huang Seal that was personally refined by his father. Rumble. In response, the deity of the Tai Huang Seal immediately released an incredibly powerful wave of energy. The terrifying aura dispersed the deathly aura that shrouded the sky above the West Nether Sea. The demonic weapon of the Tai Huang Seal isn't invincible. The divine will of the Tai Huang Seal spread out from the Underworld Palace. However, the deity of the Tai Huang Seal did not say anything. He directly turned into a huge seal and suppressed the Underworld Palace, displaying the power of a supreme being. The aura of a supreme being appeared between heaven and earth and spread out from the West Nether Sea. All the saint-level beings were terrified and had the urge to kneel down. At that moment, the aura of the Tai Huang Seal passed through the ancient road to heaven and reached the human world. The moment the aura of a supreme being appeared, the entire sky market immediately quieted down. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Some cultivators with weaker cultivations directly fell to the ground, unable to bear the pressure. What's happening in the Heaven Realm? Is someone attacking the Forbidden Area again? Everyone was guessing. This time, even the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was alarmed and personally came to check. However, she did not step onto the ancient road to heaven and only watched from afar. The Iron Blood Taoist and the Red Dragon also came. Now, All the experts in the human world had their eyes on the ancient road to heaven, especially the old antiques. Ever since the destruction of the great desolate world, the laws of the heaven and earth became incomplete and flawed. In order to comprehend the perfect laws of the heaven and earth, one could only go to the upper world. However, now that the path to heavenly mortality was blocked, the old antiques in the human world were extremely anxious. Since the situation had changed, everyone was thinking of ways to increase their cultivation. One should know that the higher one's cultivation was, the higher the chance of surviving the great calamity. Someone in the upper world actually used an extreme divine weapon. The eastern sky tyrant king stood high up in the sky. The human sovereign's sword in her hand was constantly shaking, as if it could break free at any time and soar into the sky. At this time, Ghost Emperor Fengdu came again. In the West Nether Sea in the Heaven Realm, the deity of the Tai Huang Seal and the unimaginable existence in the Underworld Palace were fighting ceaselessly. Everywhere they went, everything was mercilessly destroyed. A dead spirit cultivated from the bones of a supreme being? The old turtle saw many things at this time. It was a skeleton surrounded by chaotic qi. It was extremely powerful and kept colliding with the Tai Huang Seal. Chapter 26:54. How is this possible? The old tortoise could not believe his eyes when he saw the grand sovereign seal fighting against the chaotic skeleton. The chaotic skeleton was extraordinary. Soon, the old tortoise realized that the chaotic skeleton was the skeleton of a supreme being. The supreme being's skeleton was sentient and then turned into a dead spirit. This kind of creature had the skeleton of a supreme being, which was invincible and could compete with a supreme saint weapon. This chaotic skeleton should be the last trump card of the West Darksea Ocean. No one would have thought that the trump card of the West Darksea Ocean was an unimaginably powerful dead spirit. The skeletal body of a supreme being made this dead spirit unimaginably powerful. Boom! The chaos skeleton directly punched upwards and smashed the Tai Sovereign Seal that was pressing down from the sky. Unexpectedly, the Tai Sovereign Seal was blocked. The Grand Sovereign Seal flew up and turned into a middle-aged man. He displayed a supreme divine skill and fought against the chaotic skeleton. It was an extremely fierce battle. The aura of the supreme demon soldier spread out from the West Darksea Ocean. All the creatures in the western region of the Heaven Realm felt this aura and were terrified. No one would have thought that there was a terrifying dead spirit hiding in the West Darksea Ocean that could compete with the supreme demon soldier. It was unimaginably powerful. Everyone who saw this was stunned. Even the old tortoise looked at the West Darksea Ocean in disbelief and was speechless for a long time. It was only the old tortoise's wishful thinking to flatten the West Darksea Ocean. It was many times more difficult than he had imagined. Fortunately, the ancient heavenly emperor and the other two emperors did not disturb the chaotic skeleton when they were fighting in the West Darksea Ocean. Otherwise, none of the three emperors would have been able to escape. Some sages under the command of the ancient heavenly emperor and the fire emperor could not help but feel lucky. I, the old tortoise, will not do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. I'm leaving. The old tortoise transmitted his voice to the deity in the Grand Sovereign Seal. Boom. He punched with the Tai Huang Seal, and the whole world exploded. The chaotic skeleton was thrown into the chaos. Then, he turned around and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived at the mountain where Old Turtle was. He grabbed Old Turtle and left. Just as the Grand Sovereign Seal's gods will disappeared into the sky, the chaotic skeleton broke through the void and rushed out of the chaos. Roar! The chaos skeleton roared furiously towards the sky. The entire western netherworld sea shook, and everyone's heart palpitated. The combat strength displayed by this dead spirit was too strong. The chaos skeleton was furious for a while before it rushed into the underworld palace in the sky. Then, the underworld palace descended from the sky and sank into the netherworld sea below. A great battle ended just like that. It ended so suddenly. Although Old Tortoise did not really conquer the forbidden area of the West Nether Sea, he had successfully forced out the West Nether Sea's trump card, the chaotic skeleton. It seemed that no one would dare to attack the western netherworld sea in the near future. The war in the heavenly realm had come to an end. However, no one would give up. Conquering the forbidden area was everyone's dream. They could also use this opportunity to open up the path to heavenly mortality. Time flew by. Gu Fei stayed in the Zhao clan of the ancients for half a year. During this time, he often discussed Tao with Jiang Renhuang. Under Jiang Renhuang's guidance, although he did not make a breakthrough in his cultivation, his control of power had been perfected. Gu Fei's foundation was very solid. Under Jiang Renhuang's guidance, he already had the qualifications to break through to the holy sovereign realm. Moreover, this was exactly what he wanted to do. Of course, he could not undergo the tribulation in the Zhao clan of the ancients. In the end, Gu Fei bid farewell to Jiang Renhuang and left the Jiang clan of the ancients. He returned to Wanxiang City to prepare for the tribulation. The holy sovereign tribulation was not ordinary. To be safe, Gu Fei immediately awakened the god inside the cauldron of mountain and river. The cauldron disappeared, and an old man appeared. "Father, are you finally going to undergo the tribulation?" Gu Ling appeared out of nowhere and suddenly appeared beside Gu Fei.
Yes.
Gu Fei nodded, but he did not say anything else. "Where do you plan to undergo the tribulation?" Yin'er asked. "I can't attack the Dongfang clan. Otherwise, I can directly go to the Dongfang clan's ancestral grounds to undergo the tribulation. That would be so cool." Gu Fei's face suddenly revealed a smirk. This method was definitely feasible. However, Gu Fei had to give Ghost Emperor Fengdu some face and did not start a war with the Dongfang clan. "I didn't expect father to be so evil, he..." Gu Ling's eyes brightened when she heard Gu Fei's words. She never thought that her normally serious father would also play tricks on others. "All right, I need to think about it seriously. Don't disturb me," Gu Fei said to Gu Ling. At this time, knowing that Gu Fei had returned, the Iron Blood Taoist and the Red Dragon also returned from outside. They directly entered the city lord's mansion to greet Gu Fei. "Have you found Li Lingfeng?" Gu Fei glanced at the Red Dragon and the Iron Blood Taoist who were standing in front of the throne and asked. Half a year had passed, but he had been focusing on his cultivation, thus he did not receive any news. The Red Dragon and the Iron Blood Taoist immediately shook their heads. Although they had tried their best to investigate, they still could not find any trace of Li Lingfeng. After all, their manpower was limited. "What about Ziyang and the Undying Demon Child?" Gu Fei continued to ask. The Red Dragon and the Iron Blood Taoist still shook their heads, causing Gu Fei to feel uneasy. Could it be that those people had completely disappeared? The truth was, the news that Gu Fei had slain Supremacy South Heaven had already spread across the cultivation world of the human realm. If Ziyang and the Undying Demon Child heard the news, they would definitely come here immediately. What exactly happened? Gu Fei was confused. Sacred venerables like the Undying Demon Child and Emperor Xianyang shouldn't be hiding all the time. "All right, you guys are dismissed," Gu Fei said with a sigh. Yes. The Red Dragon and the Iron Blood Taoist quickly responded and left the hall. Only Gu Fei's family was left in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and took out an ancient cauldron. It was the mountain and river cauldron. He had used a secret art to awaken the deity inside the cauldron. Soon, an old man crawled out from the mountain and river cauldron. Huh. When the disheveled old man saw Gu Fei, he was obviously shocked. "I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached such a level," the old man continued. He could tell Gu Fei's cultivation with a single glance, and he could vaguely guess why Gu Fei had awakened him. "I need your help." Gu Fei was very straightforward. He immediately stated his goal. "Can I not help?" The old man looked at Gu Fei and said, "What do you think?" Chapter 26:55. Gu Fei had received guidance from Ren Huang. His cultivation had reached the Great Sage Great Perfection realm. He was qualified to break through to the Holy Venerate realm. Is this the deity in the mountain and river cauldron? Why is it a wretched old man? When Gu Fei summoned the mountain and river cauldron soul, Gu Ling's crisp voice resounded in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Gu Ling stared curiously at the little old man who was sitting cross-legged above the mountain and river cauldron. It was her first time seeing the deity in the extreme divine tool. "What are you talking about, little girl? Be careful that I don't spank you." The deity in the mountain and river cauldron immediately rolled his eyes at Gu Ling when he heard Gu Ling calling him a little old man, a wretched old man at that. You're a wretched old man, Gu Ling said seriously. Whose family is this girl? She's really pissing me off. The little old man said angrily. Mother, this little old man is so fun. Gu Ling couldn't help but clap and laugh when she saw the deity in the mountain and river cauldron getting angry. This little girl can't be. The little old man looked at Gu Ling and Yin before turning to look at Gu Fei. Hee, she's my precious daughter, the girl of my Gu family. Gu Fei was amused when he saw this. Damn, so she's your daughter. No wonder she's so wild. She's really an ignorant wild girl. The little old man came to a sudden realization. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm not a wild girl. It was Gu Ling's turn to be unhappy when she heard the little old man calling her a wild girl. Although she was lively and active, she was definitely not a wild girl. But I'm not a wretched old man either. The little old man said to Gu Ling, pretending to be serious. All right, stop fooling around. Linger, don't be rude to your senior. Senior, you're already so old, yet you still stoop to the level of a little girl. At this moment, Gu Fei spoke. Gu Fei brat is right. I am a senior expert, so I won't lower myself to the same level as a little girl like you. The little old man straightened his clothes, raised his head, and puffed out his chest. He pretended to be serious, looking like an otherworldly expert as he looked at Gu Ling. This time, Gu Ling did not say anything. Let's get down to business. Gu Fei said to the old man, I know what you want to say. Don't you want to undergo tribulation? That's easy. The power of heaven's wrath in the human realm has already disappeared. You can undergo tribulation in the human realm. The little old man said, It's a good choice to undergo the tribulation in the human world. However, ever since the primordial world was destroyed, the laws of heaven and earth in the human world have become incomplete. Gu Fei wanted to say something but hesitated. Hey, you brat, your ambition is really higher than the sky. You actually want to. The little old man was a little surprised. The meaning behind Gu Fei's words was that he didn't want to undergo tribulation in the human realm. He wanted to become a supreme expert, and because the laws of heaven and earth in the human realm weren't perfect, supreme experts wouldn't be born. That's right. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Gu Fei stared at the little old man and said in an extremely serious manner. The little old man pondered. Mother, father, what are they talking about? Gu Ling asked Yin. Yes. Yin thought for a moment and said, I know a little about your father's thoughts. He doesn't want to undergo tribulation in the human realm. He wants to pave the way to become a supreme expert in the future. What supreme expert? Father, Gu Ling couldn't help but be extremely shocked when she heard this. Father's ambition is really higher than the sky. Father actually wants to become an invincible supreme expert in the 3 realms and 6 das. If Father can become a supreme expert, then I'll be the daughter of the supreme expert. Who in the 3 realms and 6 das would dare to bully me? Gu Ling couldn't help but feel extremely excited when she thought of this. Just as Gu Ling's thoughts were running wild, the little old man frowned. In the end, he sighed. Although your request isn't easy, it's not impossible. If you can invite the human sovereign here, then there's hope. The little old man said, Invite the human sovereign. Gu Fei was very surprised when he heard this. One should know that he had just returned from the Jiang clan, and now he was going to visit them again. That's right. Only the human sovereign of the Jiang clan, and I can send you to the heaven realm. The little old man put away his playful expression and looked at Gu Fei seriously. This was a big matter, and he knew the importance of it. He was also very curious and wanted to see how far Gu Fei could go. Father, are you going to the heaven realm? Can you bring me along? When Gu Ling heard that Gu Fei wanted to go to the heaven realm, she immediately jumped out from behind Yin. The heaven realm was the cradle of experts. All the cultivators in the human realm dreamed of going to the heaven realm. Don't mess around. Your father is not going to the heaven realm to play. Yin pulled Gu Ling to her side. Oh. Gu Ling was a little disappointed. Little girl, do you want to go to the heaven realm? The cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron suddenly turned around and said to Gu Ling with a smile like an evil little old man. Humph. So what if I wanna? Gu Ling said to the little old man. Haha, beg me. If you beg me, I will reluctantly send you to the heaven realm. The little old man said with a smile. Humph, I'm not begging you. Gu Ling stuck out her tongue at the little old man and made a face. All right, I'll go ask the human sovereign. Gu Fei acted on his thoughts. Since the little old man wanted him to ask the Ren Huang for help, he would do it. Although the Ren Huang was unwilling to take action to flatten the forbidden zone, he was asking the Ren Huang for help because of his own matters. With his relationship with the human sovereign would definitely help him. Gu Fei did not keep the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron had been awakened. In this world, there was absolutely no one who could take the mountain and river cauldron away. Gu Ling and the little old man got into a heated argument. The two of them bickered incessantly, but Yin could only frown as she watched. Gu Fei directly used the teleportation portal in the city lord's estate to leave the eastern realm. Very quickly, he once again arrived at the Jiang clan of the Desolation's ancestral ground. That person is here again. Two people walked out from the entrance of the Jiang clan of the Desolation's ancestral ground. When they saw Gu Fei, they were a little surprised, because Gu Fei had returned so quickly after leaving not too long ago. The two approached Gu Fei. Greetings, senior. The two hurriedly paid their respects to Gu Fei. One should know that Gu Fei was the human sovereign's esteemed guest, thus they did not dare to slight him. I have something to discuss with the human sovereign. Please help me pass on the message. Gu Fei straightforwardly stated the purpose of his visit. The two Jiang clan's disciples exchanged glances and could not help but hesitate. One should know that even they could not meet the human sovereign. How could they pass on the message? Is there a problem? Gu Fei asked after seeing the troubled look on the two's faces. No. We will pass on the message right away. The two Jiang clan's disciples hurriedly replied. Then, one of them turned around and ran into the ancestral ground. Soon enough, the current clan leader of the Jiang clan of the Desolation came out from the ancestral ground to welcome Gu Fei and bring him into the ancestral ground. The fact that the clan leader of the Jiang clan personally came out to welcome Gu Fei showed how much importance the Jiang clan placed on him. In fact, with Gu Fei's identity, it was not a big deal for the clan leader of the Jiang clan to personally welcome him. Gu Fei had the right to do so. The cultivation place of the human sovereign was not a place that anyone could enter. Of course, the clan leader of the Jiang clan was one of them. Under the guidance of the clan leader, Gu Fei once again arrived at the cultivation place of the human sovereign. The human sovereign was a little surprised by Gu Fei's return. When Gu Fei explained the purpose of his visit, Zhang Renhuang was extremely shocked. This descendant of the martial ancestor was indeed extraordinary. He was paving the way to become an omnipotent expert. The laws of heaven and earth in the human realm were not complete, so it was impossible for an omnipotent expert to be born. In the current world, the only places that could give birth to omnipotent experts were the heaven realm or the chaotic world. The chaotic world had long disappeared into the chaotic void. Even with Zhang Renhuang's cultivation, it was difficult to find it. One should know that the chaotic void was just too vast. Then it could only be the heaven realm. It was not an easy task for Gu Fei to undergo the tribulation in the heaven realm. One should know that the end of the ancient road to heaven was the forbidden zone. Zhang Renhuang did not want to attack the forbidden zone now. Of course, with the help of the cauldron of mountain and river, he had some confidence that he could send Gu Fei to the heaven realm. In the end, Zhang Renhuang agreed to Gu Fei's request, and the two left the Jiang clan of the Desolation. Zhang Renhuang took a step forward, and a golden path immediately appeared beneath his feet. The golden path carried Zhang Renhuang and Gu Fei and instantly disappeared into the distance. This time, they did not use the teleportation formation. As Gu Fei stood on the golden path, he felt the void around him distorting. But soon, the scenery around him suddenly became clear. In the next moment, he looked around and was shocked to the extreme. In front of him, there was an ancient path that went straight into the sky. That ancient path was the ancient road to heaven. However, in an instant, he had gone from the ancestral ground of the Jiang clan of the Desolation to the depths of the East Sky Market. This speed was too shocking. Zhang Renhuang was indeed the human emperor. No wonder he could challenge a supreme being. With just one step, he had crossed into the East Sky Market. If Zhang Renhuang wanted to, he could go anywhere on the ancestral soaring dragon star. Who is that? Soon, the cultivators wandering around the ancient road to heaven noticed Zhang Renhuang and Gu Fei. Zhang Renhuang was wearing a beast's skin and looked like a hunter that walked out of the mountains. He was very inconspicuous. No one would have thought that this hunter was the supreme human emperor who could challenge a supreme being. That person is standing with Gu Fei. Could he be a holy venerable? No one could see through Zhang Renhuang's cultivation. This person, the silhouettes of some ancient sages could be seen in the distance. When the ancient sages saw the figure clad in beast skin, their faces immediately changed and they immediately retreated. All right, let's begin. Zhang Renhuang waved his hand and an ancient cauldron flew over from the distance and landed in his hand. This ancient cauldron was the mountain and river cauldron that Gu Fei had placed in the city lord's palace of Wanxiang City. Swoosh. Chapter 2656. Yin and Gu Ling were hiding in the cauldron of mountain and river, planning to sneak into the heavenly realm. But who was Zhang Renhuang? He naturally sensed that there were people in the cauldron of mountain and river, so he poured Yin and Gu Ling out. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. Buzz. At this moment, the cauldron in Zhang Renhuang's hand vibrated. A silhouette appeared on top of the cauldron. It was the god inside the cauldron. Old man, you are not reliable. When Gu Ling saw the little old man, she immediately called out, Greetings, Renhuang. The old man ignored Gu Ling and cupped his fists at Zhang Renhuang. What? Human? Human emperor? When Gu Ling heard the little old man's words, her shock was no small matter. She had never imagined that this ordinary man in beast skin would be the legendary invincible emperor. The human emperor is also very ordinary. I thought that the human emperor was an invincible hero who could make the heavens and earth tremble. Gu Ling murmured. The human emperor in front of her was worlds apart from the image of the human emperor that she had imagined. The perfect image in her heart was instantly shattered. Don't be rude. Gu Fei walked over and pulled Gu Ling to his side. This was the Renhuang. How could she talk nonsense in front of him? My daughter is rude. I hope the Renhuang does not mind. Gu Fei said to Renhuang. At this moment, Gu Ling hid behind Gu Fei and stuck out her tongue. She looked mischievous and did not take Gu Fei's words to heart. It's okay. Zhang Renhuang waved his hand. Greetings, Senior Renhuang. At this moment, Yin walked up and bowed to the human emperor. She was about to kneel down. No need to be so polite. Renhuang raised his right hand and Yin immediately stopped. It's very easy for you to enter the heaven realm. Gu Fei, if you put them into your inner world, won't you be able to bring them into the heaven realm? Zhang Renhuang said. Not bad. Isn't that simple? There's no need to go so far. The little old man chimed in from the side. Do you really want to follow me to the heaven realm? Gu Fei looked at Yin and Gu Ling, then said very seriously. One must know that he did not go to the heaven realm to play, but to undergo tribulation. The heaven realm had perfect laws of heaven and earth. Going through the tribulation in the heaven realm could make Gu Fei's Dao foundation more stable, paving the way for him to become a supreme expert in the future. Father, I want to go to the heaven realm, Gu Ling said excitedly. Ever since the appearance of the ancient road to heaven, it had evoked her yearning for the heaven world. That was the perfect world that all experts wanted to enter. Yin naturally didn't want to leave Gu Fei. Wherever Gu Fei went, she would follow. All right, that's it then. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei took Yin and Gu Ling into his inner world. All right, let's begin. At this moment, even the little old man was a little excited. One must know that he hadn't really fought for a long time. To be able to join hands with Zhang Renhuang, he had to be serious. Finally, I can enter that world again. Gu Fei felt that the battle blood in his body was boiling, and the speed of his blood circulation was much faster. A strong will to fight spread from his body. Zhang Renhuang and the little old man looked at each other. This Gu Fei was a good seedling, with the potential to become a supreme expert. This was the most amazing young talent they had ever seen. What are they doing? At this moment, many powerful figures appeared in the distance. There were figures of ancient saints, but no one dared to get too close. Someone recognized Jiang Renhuang. Although these people were very strong, and they had achieved the Tao since the ancient times, compared to Jiang Renhuang, these people were trash, not even worthy to carry his shoes. This was the gap between them, and these people all knew their place. Isn't that the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Someone also recognized the ancient cauldron in Jiang Renhuang's hand. Although the ancient cauldron looked ordinary, it gave people an endless sense of vicissitudes. What's going on? Are they going to flatten the forbidden area in the heaven realm? Someone guessed. There had been a rumor that Gu Fei had gone to the Jiang clan of the antiquity to visit Jiang Renhuang. It seemed that he had finally invited Jiang Renhuang. With Jiang Renhuang's help, it should not be a problem to flatten the forbidden area in the heaven realm. Some people were very excited. The obstacle on the ancient road to heaven could finally be removed. This way, they could freely enter and exit the heaven realm. At this time, more and more people received the news and rushed to the vicinity of the ancient road to heaven. The leaders of the super forces were all here. Chariots stopped in the sky, emitting a powerful aura that seemed like the void was about to collapse. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the aura of a sect master like this. Therefore, there were no weak cultivators near the ancient road to heaven. Everyone was a strong cultivator. Finally, even the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor came. The mountain and river cauldron. Behind the bronze mask of the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor, there were two extremely sharp eyes. He stared at the ancient cauldron in Jiang Renhuang's hand with a complicated look. At this time, the emperor's sword in his body was vibrating, as if it was about to rush out. To a certain extent, the Supreme Emperor Divine Weapon was the same as the Extreme Saint Weapon. They were both the strongest divine weapons in history. When two divine weapons met, they would naturally sense each other. He actually walked together with Jiang Renhuang. The two doyens of the Dongfang clan appeared behind the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor. This Gu Fei's luck is too heaven-defying. He actually has a relationship with Jiang Renhuang and even invited him. One of the doyens frowned and said, Jiang Renhuang. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor's eyes became even sharper. The birth of the human sovereign was definitely a sensational event in the cultivation world of the human realm. Even the experts from the outer star system were alarmed. The super forces of the 5 ancestral planets still had ways to come to the soaring dragon ancestral planet. There were secret passages in the Kunlun ancestral planet that led to the 5 ancestral planets. Some of the ancient passages were reconnected. Not long after, the experts of the 5 ancestral planets would be able to travel to and fro. Just as Jiang Renhuang and the deities of the mountain and river cauldron were preparing to send Gu Fei to the heaven realm. In a hidden small world in the eastern domain, on a towering mountain, rays of dazzling golden light rushed out. An extremely powerful aura spread from the peak of the mountain, and the whole small world was shaking. Then, a ball of golden light rose from the peak of the mountain, emitting billions of divine rays. It was like a golden sun had appeared in this small world. It was a divine cocoon covered with golden runes, and a powerful aura was emitted from the divine cocoon. This was the ancestral land of the golden-eyed godly ape. It was an extremely stable small world. At this time, this small world was in great turmoil. When the golden cocoon appeared, the whole world seemed to be falling apart. Pitch-black spatial cracks kept appearing in the void. The aura emitted from the golden cocoon continued to increase, and the whole small world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any time. At this critical moment, golden runes emerged in this small world, emitting a powerful aura of the Great Path, and stabilized this part of the world. Boom! When the aura emitted from the golden cocoon increased to its limit, a loud noise was heard. The golden cocoon exploded, and a figure appeared in the void. Roar! The figure roared at the sky. The small world that had been stabilized by the golden runes began to shake violently again, and terrifying spatial cracks appeared. The figure emitted an immortal golden light, and 9 golden runes emerged on his body, emitting a powerful aura of the Great Path that could change the color of the world. I finally succeeded. I can leave the mountain, haha. The figure laughed. Then, he directly tore open the void, took a step forward, and directly left this small world. On this day, a powerful energy fluctuation appeared in the eastern domain. A great figure was born. The dazzling golden light illuminated the whole world, and the entire eastern domain was shaken. Especially the East Sky Emperor, Yuan-gu, who was extremely nervous because he knew who was born. After being silent for so long, this guy finally came out. The monkey is born. Good, very good. The old tortoise received the news and couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The golden-eyed godly ape also had a supreme expert, and his background was no weaker than the old tortoise's. The monkey's father was a supreme existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a supreme being. Just when the atmosphere in the eastern domain became tense, in the human world, in the depths of the sky market, Jiang Renhuang held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and stepped on the ancient road to heaven. Is it finally going to start? Everyone who saw this scene was extremely nervous and excited. Even the sect masters were the same. These people were more eager to enter the heaven realm than ordinary experts. One should know that no one knew the importance of the heaven realm better than them. Just when Jiang Renhuang stepped on the ancient road to heaven, a white silhouette appeared in front of him. This person was Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Renhuang, please wait. Ghost Emperor Fengdu wanted to stop Jiang Renhuang. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart tightened. What was this guy doing here? However, Jiang Renhuang did not stop. He continued to step on the ancient road to heaven. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu could not stop Renhuang. What does he want to do? Far in the sky, a skinny figure was standing there. However, even the sect master-level existences didn't seem to be able to see him. This person had a head full of withered and messy hair. The withered yellow hair covered his face, and 2 eyes could be seen behind his hair. Renhuang, please wait. Chapter 26:57. Renhuang stepped on the ancient road to heaven. At this moment, everyone was nervous. That was Renhuang, the most powerful being in the world. Ghost King Fengdu wanted to stop Renhuang, thinking that Renhuang was going to destroy the forbidden area in the heaven realm. Destroying the forbidden area was definitely something that could affect both the heaven realm and the human realm. Now was not the time. Soon, Renhuang and Gu Fei appeared on the blood-red platform at the end of the road. Yes. Renhuang noticed the blood on the platform. The blood was crystal clear, as if it had just been splashed. There was a red light flowing on it. This blood is very evil. Something bad has happened, Gu Fei said to Renhuang Jiang. The blood of a supreme being has an inextinguishable will to fight. Those people were injured. Who was it? Jiang Renhuang murmured to himself. He pondered for a while. A supreme warrior being injured was not a small matter. One should know that those who could injure a supreme warrior must be at the same level as him. Gu Fei didn't dare to disturb Renhuang. At this moment, Ghost King Fengdu also arrived on the platform. Greetings, Senior Ghost King. Gu Fei quickly bowed to Ghost King Fengdu. Why aren't you staying in your ghost nest? What are you doing here? At this moment, Renhuang Jiang came back to his senses. He was holding the mountain and river cauldron. On top of the cauldron sat a thumb-sized old man. The old man was dozing off. Now is not the right time, Ghost King Fengdu said anxiously. What do you mean it's not the right time? Renhuang Jiang was confused. Didn't you want to destroy the forbidden area in the heaven realm? Ghost King Fengdu was confused. Who said I wanted to destroy the forbidden area? Renhuang Jiang said calmly. Then you guys. Ghost King Fengdu was even more confused. If he didn't want to destroy the forbidden area, then why did Renhuang bring the mountain and river cauldron here? Was he here to play? Hee, Senior Ghost King. It seems that you misunderstood. We are not going to destroy the forbidden area. Gu Fei quickly explained. Not to destroy the forbidden area. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was bewildered. However, it was impossible for a dignified human sovereign to lie to him. It seemed that there might really be an inside story behind this matter. I only sent Gu Fei into the heaven realm to undergo tribulation, the human emperor said. He originally didn't want to explain, But this ghost Emperor Fengdu's background wasn't ordinary. He had people behind him, so he couldn't deal with him casually. You are the one who is going to undergo the tribulation, the holy venerate tribulation. Who was Ghost Emperor Fengdu? He could see through Gu Fei's cultivation at a glance. That unremarkable brat from back then had actually reached this step. So you want to send Gu Fei to the heaven realm? Ghost Emperor Fengdu seemed to have thought of something, and the way he looked at Gu Fei changed. One must know that the power of heaven's wrath in the human realm had disappeared. Going to the heaven realm instead of the mortal realm was an unnecessary move in the eyes of other cultivators. But in the eyes of Ghost Emperor Fengdu, it was necessary. This Gu Fei's ambition was higher than the sky. He was actually paving the way to become a supreme expert. Since Zhang Renhuang didn't want to destroy the forbidden area, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was relieved. However, sending someone into the heaven realm without destroying the forbidden area was not an easy task. The power of the forbidden area sealed the exit of the ancient road to heaven, but with Zhang Renhuang and the mountain and river cauldron, they definitely had the ability to break the seal. In the eyes of Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the combination of the human emperor and the extreme Dao Saint tool was more than enough to destroy the entire forbidden area, not to mention sending someone into the heaven realm. Let's begin, Zhang Renhuang said. At this time, the little old man who was dozing off on the mountain and river cauldron suddenly jumped up and suddenly became 100 times more energetic. Let's get to work, let's get to work, let's get a good night's sleep after this. The little old man shouted, "You sleepy thing." Gu Fei looked at the little old man snappily. "You are the sleepy thing. Your whole family are sleepy things." When the little old man heard Gu Fei's words, he immediately jumped up and shouted at Gu Fei. Rumble. At this time, Zhang Renhuang made his move. A surge of Emperor Ultimate might exploded from his body, and the whole world seemed like it was going to collapse. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu's heart was pounding. The invincibility of the human emperor was not just a legend. One should know that the ancient human emperor was a supreme existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supremes. However, this Emperor Ultimate might was not directed at Ghost Emperor Fengdu and the others. When the Emperor Ultimate might appeared in the world, an equally terrifying aura surged from the depths of the western underworld sea. A huge underworld palace broke through the underworld sea and rose from the depths of the sea. Streams of chaotic air fell from the top of the underworld palace like a chaotic dragon. Emperor Ultimate Sovereign, I didn't think there would be such a being in this world. A violent divine sense spread out from the underworld palace. On the throne of the underworld palace sat a chaotic skeleton. Chaotic Dao runes revolved around the skeleton, emitting an extreme aura. The bones left behind by the Supremes were the primal Chaos Supreme bones. Each bone contained extremely powerful chaotic energy. This kind of creature would become the most terrifying and powerful existence in the world once it developed a spiritual sense. There is indeed a great secret in the forbidden area. Zhang Renhuang sensed the existence in the underworld palace and couldn't help but feel surprised. With his cultivation, he was not afraid of anything in this world. The appearance of the primal chaos supreme bones only made Zhang Renhuang slightly surprised. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor's divine aura from the human emperor was transmitted to the human world through the ancient road to heaven, shocking all the experts gathered in the sky market to the extreme. Even the saints couldn't bear the Emperor Ultimate might at this time. Their souls were trembling, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. This kind of pressure was too terrifying. The saints were high and mighty existences. How could they kneel down to others? However, the fear came from the depths of their souls. They couldn't control it at all. It was the most primitive reaction. The Emperor Ultimate might could shake the heavens. Is Emperor Ultimate might really flatten the forbidden area? Someone said. At this time, the Emperor Ultimate might had already spread across the heaven realm. The experts of the heaven realm were instantly alarmed. Everyone was indescribably shocked. Emperor Ultimate might, that direction. On a mountain in the western region of the heaven realm, a black-robed man who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder suddenly stood up. He then turned around and looked in the direction of the western underworld sea. Emperor, someone is using the Emperor Ultimate weapon. Let's go and see. That person took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Chapter 2658. The West Underworld Sea once again attracted the attention of all the experts in the heaven realm. Rumble. In the East region, in the Celestial City, an ancient formation platform vibrated. Runes intertwined with each other, and a figure disappeared from the ancient formation platform. Both the South region and the North region had ancient teleportation portals that were being revived. Peerless experts were using the ancient teleportation portals to travel between regions. When all the experts in the heaven realm were rushing towards the West Underworld Sea, Renhuang made his move. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the sky. He broke the seal of the forbidden area and created a spatial passageway. Humph, do you think I'm not here? A discontented divine sense came from the underworld palace. Then, a beam of chaotic light rushed out from the underworld palace, trying to cut off the spatial passageway. Hee, it's time for me to show up. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron in Renhuangzhang's hand flew up and enlarged rapidly. It rushed out from the bloody platform. The primordial chaos chi was vast and mighty. It broke the seal of the forbidden area and intercepted the beam of chaotic light. What's going on? The chaos skeleton in the underworld palace was taken aback. At this moment, an ancient cauldron had already crashed into the underworld palace. A wave of energy that made the chaos skeleton's heart palpitate spread from the ancient cauldron. Boom! With a loud bang, the ancient cauldron crashed into the underworld palace fiercely. The powerful impact sent the underworld palace flying. Cracks appeared on the surface of the underworld palace. At this moment, streaks of chaotic runes emerged from the underworld palace and stabilized the entire underworld palace. Otherwise, the entire underworld palace would have collapsed under the impact. Roar. A furious roar came from the underworld palace. The chaos skeleton in the underworld palace was shocked to the extreme. This ancient cauldron was so powerful. Could it be the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The chaos skeleton thought of this possibility. Io, this thing is quite sturdy. The little old man came out from the mountain and river cauldron and said while scratching his messy hair, Cauldron soul. In the underworld palace, the chaotic skeleton was shocked again. It's an extreme sacred tool. It seems that you've prepared well. Do you want to flatten this place? The chaos skeleton's voice was cold and full of murderous intent. Hee, can I? If you're afraid of dying again, then hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you again. The little old man waved his fist fiercely and said, TSK, with just you? The chaos skeleton in the underworld palace sneered, Preposterous. How dare you look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson. The little old man seemed to be really angry. He then dove straight into the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz. The mountain river cauldron emitted a humming sound. The primordial chaos chi was vast and mighty. The mountain river cauldron immediately became blurry and a figure appeared in the void. The supreme saint weapon has transformed. The tone of the chaos skeleton in the underworld palace was extremely solemn. Only this kind of invincible divine weapon that had nurtured a god's will within it could transform. This was the unique magical ability of a supreme divine weapon. A tall and mighty figure clad in bronze armor appeared in the void. This person was none other than the little old man. If I get angry, the consequences will be severe. The little old man stared angrily at the chaos skeleton in the underworld palace. He waved his right hand, and a primordial chaos divine sword appeared in his hand. Just as the god's will of the mountain and river cauldron was about to unleash its power, Jiang Renhuang immediately used the human emperor's magical ability and sent Gu Fei into the space tunnel that he had opened up. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air. The god's will of the mountain and river cauldron transformed into a mighty god of war and fought against the chaos skeleton in the underworld palace. The entire West Underworld Sea was hit by the power of the extreme path, creating huge waves that reached the sky. The extreme path of power was exploding. The West Underworld Sea seemed like it was about to be destroyed. The little old man was really angry. He swung the primordial chaos sword in his hand, creating huge cracks in the void between heaven and earth. The chaos skeleton walked out of the underworld palace. It held the chaos battle spear in its hand and fought against the little old man. It was like a battle between two supreme beings of the extreme path. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. There were many ancient palaces hidden at the bottom of the West Underworld Sea. However, at this moment, these ancient palaces were like paper. Under the influence of the extreme path of power, they turned into dust. The powerful dead spirits in the ancient palaces were all destroyed. However, the ruler of the West Underworld Sea was the Chaos Skeleton. Those dead spirits were all destroyed. As long as the Chaos Skeleton was not dead, the West Underworld Sea would continue to exist. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the space tunnel. He was sent out. Everything went smoothly. Without the Chaos Skeleton stopping him, Gu Fei successfully entered the Heaven Realm. However, no one knew where he was sent to. All right, it's over. We should go. With a wave of Jiang Renhuang's hand, the space tunnel disappeared into the void. Even a powerful being like the Chaos Skeleton would find it difficult to track Gu Fei. Go my ass. I'm going to kill this guy, the little old man said angrily. As he spoke, he was still attacking. He was extremely strong, forcing the Chaos Skeleton to retreat. You don't have the right to kill me, the Chaos Skeleton said. Its body was filled with chaotic energy. The Chaos Divine fire in its skull was like a Chaos Divine sun, emitting a dazzling light. Damn you! Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? The little old man was furious. The Chaos Primordial Sword light shot through the sky, almost cutting down the stars in the sky. The Chaos Primordial Sword slashed on the Chaos Skeleton, leaving sword marks. The Chaos Skeleton was shocked. This old man was really scary when he was angry. Kill. The Chaos Skeleton performed a great skill. Chaos Dao patterns intertwined, and a huge seal appeared in the void. It then smashed towards the little old man. Roar. The little old man slashed out 3 times in a row and directly destroyed the Primal Chaos Seal. Then, he stabbed his sword towards the skull of the Primal Chaos Skeleton. Swoosh. The Chaos Skeleton's figure became blurry and disappeared in the void. The little old man's sword missed. All right, we should go, Jiang Renhuang said to the little old man telepathically. No, I'm going to kill this bastard. The little old man did not want to let the Chaos Skeleton go. Swoosh. At this moment, Jiang Renhuang took a step forward on the crimson platform and passed through the seal of the Forbidden Zone. Then, he slapped and a figure was pushed out. The Chaos Skeleton was shocked. It did not expect Jiang Renhuang to have such combat strength. At this moment, Jiang Renhuang stretched out his hand and grabbed the Chaos Skeleton. His 5 fingers were on the skull of the Chaos Skeleton. As long as he exerted force, the Chaos Skeleton would be destroyed. This? Chapter 26:59. Jiang Renhuang made his move and captured the chaotic skeleton in an instant. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. That was an existence that could fight against the deity of the cauldron of mountain and river. It was a supreme expert cultivated from the remains of a supreme being. The chaotic supreme bone was so powerful that even a supreme divine weapon could not damage it. Even the little old man transformed from the god of the mountain and river cauldron was startled. He had fought against the Chaos Skeleton before, so he knew very well how powerful this undead spirit was. On the crimson platform in front of the ancient road to heaven, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was also dumbfounded. Jiang Renhuang's cultivation and strength were far beyond his imagination. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was shocked. The power of the chaotic skeleton was obvious to all. The deity of the cauldron of mountain and river was not a weakling. The cauldron of mountain and river was one of the oldest sacred weapons in the world. When the cauldron of mountain and river appeared, the supreme Tao ancestor and the martial ancestor were still nowhere to be found. At this moment, Jiang Renhuang's right hand clasped the skull of the chaotic skeleton. A powerful ultimate emperor energy surged from his hand and sealed the chaotic skeleton. The chaotic skeleton, which was strong enough to fight against the deity of the cauldron of mountain and river, could not even fight back in front of Jiang Renhuang. This scene was extremely shocking. Even the experts of the Heaven Realm were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It should be known that the 3 great emperors and the demon lord had attacked the Western Underworld Sea before, but they had all failed. How can there be such a powerful being in this world? The experts of the heaven realm could not imagine the ultimate emperor energy that was exuding from that person. Even the saints had the urge to kneel before the supreme Renhuang. Humph! Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Zhang Renhuang looked at the chaotic skeleton and said indifferently, "Don't." At this moment, the chaotic skeleton felt fear for the first time. Its life was under great threat. It was completely in the hands of the opponent. Its life was in the hands of the opponent. Renhuang, on the crimson platform in front of the ancient road to heaven, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice trembled. "Haha, human emperor, hand him over to me. I will definitely make him beg for death." The little old man recovered from the shock and laughed. This chaos skeleton was really hateful. He couldn't wait to teach this chaos skeleton a lesson. Yes, the forbidden zone still has its value. Now is not the time to flatten it. Zhang Renhuang thought for a moment, then he raised his hand and threw the chaotic skeleton in his hand. Bang! The chaotic skeleton hit the underworld hall that was floating in the sky. Under the impact of the chaotic skeleton, the underworld hall immediately shook violently. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty, and it was on the verge of collapse. "Thank you, human emperor, for not killing me." The chaos skeleton hurriedly saluted the human sovereign and rushed into the underworld palace. The entire underworld palace immediately descended from the sky and entered the depths of the underworld sea. "Human emperor, why did you let that guy go?" Seeing that Zhang Renhuang let go of the chaotic skeleton, the little old man in the cauldron of mountain and river was confused. Since he had already captured the chaotic skeleton, he might as well flatten this forbidden zone. Zhang Renhuang glanced at the unhappy little old man. He did not say anything and directly reached out his hand to grab the little old man. "Wah, wah, wah, Renhuang, what are you doing?" The little old man immediately flew towards Zhang Renhuang involuntarily. He turned back into a fist-sized cauldron and landed on Renhuang's right hand. Seeing this, everyone could feel the strength of Renhuang. Whether it was the chaotic skeleton or the cauldron of mountain and river, they were no match for him. Buzz! The cauldron of Zhang Renhuang's hand was shaking. It wanted to fly up into the sky and escape from Renhuang's control. "You better behave. Before Gu Fei returns to the human world, you will follow me," Zhang Renhuang said to the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, the cauldron in his hand calmed down and no longer resisted. After keeping the cauldron of mountain and river, Renhuang disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared on the blood-colored platform without a sound. It was strange. After Renhuang appeared, nothing ominous happened on the bloodstains on the platform. Those bloody shadows did not appear. Renhuang did not remove the bloodstains on the platform. Instead, he walked into the ancient road to heaven and disappeared. This was within Ghost Emperor Fengdu's expectation. However, it still made him tremble with fear. One should know that flattening a forbidden zone in the heaven realm was not a small matter. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Flattening a forbidden zone in the heaven realm was not a small matter. Ghost King Fengdu heaved a sigh of relief when Zhang Renhuang didn't kill the chaos skeleton. It was not the right time yet. If they were not prepared, the consequences would be dire. Ghost Emperor Fengdu did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. However, a supreme existence like Renhuang Jiang was not someone that Ghost Emperor Fengdu could control. Moreover, there was another supreme existence in his ghost palace that was not weaker than Renhuang Jiang. These two supreme existences were definitely the biggest variable in this world, because there was nothing in this world that they were afraid of. No one knew what kind of earth-shattering things they would do in the next moment. As the Renhuang left, a strange aura was immediately emitted from the crimson platform. Numerous crimson figures appeared in the void. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was shocked. It seemed that only Renhuang could suppress the ominous aura here. After Renhuang left, this place immediately became different. The battle ended. Ghost Emperor Fengdu also rushed into the ancient road to heaven and disappeared. After Ghost Emperor Fengdu left, the bloody shadows that appeared on the blood-colored platform immediately disappeared in the void. It was as if they had never appeared. The water in the human realm is really deep. There is actually an invincible human emperor. Someone whispered outside the western underworld sea. The strength of Renhuang was obvious to all. Even the ruler of the Forbidden Zone was not a match for Renhuang. In the eyes of all the experts in the Heaven Realm, the human emperor definitely had the strength to flatten the Forbidden Zone. However, they did not know why Renhuang did not flatten the Forbidden Zone. This was very puzzling. Some old antiques thought of many things, but they could not say it out loud. Just as the battle in the West Netherworld Sea came to an end, somewhere in the Heaven Realm, the void high up in the sky suddenly shook like water ripples. Chapter 2660. Somewhere in the Heaven Realm, the space suddenly trembled. Then, a silhouette fell out of the void. This person was Gu Fei. After Gu Fei fell out of the void, he directly fell down from the sky and crashed into the forest below. In the next moment, Gu Fei flew up from the forest and arrived at a high altitude. He then scanned his surroundings. What he saw was an endless mountain range, verdant and full of life. Damn, what is this place? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. This place was deserted, and he couldn't even ask around. Plus, there weren't any particularly strong living beings in this mountain range. Forget it. The reason why he asked Zhang Renhuang to help him enter the Heaven Realm was not to have fun, but to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei then found a valley to settle down temporarily. The valley was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The scenery was beautiful, and it was one of the few places in the mountain range. He sat on a big rock in the depths of the valley and began to adjust his condition. One should know that he was about to face the heavenly tribulation of the Holy Sovereign. He must not be careless. Roar. After nightfall, the roars of some beasts could be heard from time to time in the mountain range. Strong silhouettes could be seen walking in the mountain range. However, Gu Fei was not afraid. Even if a holy sovereign came, he still had the strength to fight. The heavenly Tao in the Heaven Realm was complete and flawless. Gu Fei's ambition was higher than the sky. He was paving the way for him to become a powerhouse in the future. Time passed by. Gu Fei seemed to have merged with the void of this world and could feel the great Tao of this world. This kind of perfect Tao of heaven and earth was exactly what the human world lacked. Gu Fei sensed the pulse of the heavens and earth and remained motionless, as though he had turned into a stone statue. He was in a mysterious state of cultivation. No one could sense Gu Fei's existence. Some beasts wandered outside the valley, but in the end, they did not enter. When the first rays of dawn appeared, Gu Fei woke up from his meditative state. He opened his eyes and stood up. After a night of meditation, he felt refreshed. Undergoing the tribulation here seems like a pretty good choice. Gu Fei suddenly thought of this. In a place where there were no traces of people, undergoing the tribulation here should not alarm anyone. However, he felt a little uneasy. Finally, Gu Fei shot up from the valley and arrived high up in the sky. After getting his bearings, he flew toward the south. After flying for 4 hours in a row, what entered his eyes was still an endless mountain range. This caused Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. This mountain range was just too vast. This can't be the southern mountains, right? Gu Fei suddenly thought of this and couldn't help being shocked. The southern mountain range was an incomparably vast mountain range in the southern part of the heavenly realm. Even if one could determine the direction, wanting to leave this place was not an easy matter. How unlucky! Gu Fei knew that Zhang Renhuang had most likely thrown him into the southern mountains. Otherwise, with his speed, he would have rushed out of the mountain range in 2 to 4 hours. That is, just as Gu Fei was getting impatient, a huge mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. On top of the mountain, there were pavilions and terraces. Haha, finally, there are traces of people. Gu Fei was overjoyed. He immediately unleashed his 8-step speed and dashed toward the spiritual mountain. Very quickly, he arrived near the mountain. What's going on? When he got closer, Gu Fei was shocked to find that there was not a single person on the mountain. He was not in a hurry to ascend the mountain. He began to wander around the mountain and carefully observed. However, the conclusion he obtained was the same. There was nothing wrong with this place. However, the people here were gone. After confirming that there was no danger, Gu Fei climbed up the mountain. The people on the mountain seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Only some empty buildings were left. Very quickly, Gu Fei arrived at the top of the mountain. The moment Gu Fei set foot on the top of the mountain, he was astonished by what he saw. On the top of the mountain, there was a giant blood cocoon. The blood cocoon reeked of blood. The blood cocoon did not emit any energy waves, but Gu Fei knew that this blood cocoon was not ordinary. I'm afraid the disappearance of the people on the mountain has something to do with this blood cocoon. Gu Fei thought of this possibility. He picked up a stone and threw it at the blood cocoon. Bang! The stone landed heavily on the blood cocoon and fell to the ground. Gu Fei stared at the blood cocoon nervously. However, the blood cocoon did not react at all. This made him feel even more uneasy. He was curious about what was inside the blood cocoon. Just as Gu Fei was about to attack again, the blood cocoon suddenly vibrated. A shocking aura exploded from the blood cocoon. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He could sense a demonic aura. It was as if a terrifying demon was being nurtured within the blood cocoon, turning blood into a cocoon and breaking the cocoon to be reborn. This is the technique of a blood demon. At this moment, Gu Fei could roughly guess where the people on the mountain had gone. Swoosh! At this moment, a blood light rushed out from the blood cocoon and wrapped around Gu Fei. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Gu Fei sneered and punched forward. The strong fist force dispersed the blood light, and even the blood cocoon was sent flying. Buzz! The void shook and the blood cocoon seemed to have been hit. After that, it exploded with blood light and 9 blood-colored demonic marks appeared on the blood cocoon. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He flipped his right hand, and a black sword appeared in his hand. This was the 9 Heaven Stars sword, a divine sword that he had refined himself. Swoosh! Gu Fei slashed at the blood cocoon in front of him. A black light rushed out from the divine sword and fell on the blood cocoon, splitting it in half. Roar! A furious roar came from the blood cocoon, and a crimson light soared into the sky. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. Brat, how dare you ruin my plan? I want you dead. The crimson shadow swooped down from the sky towards Gu Fei. A gust of wind immediately assaulted Gu Fei's nostrils, causing him to feel dizzy. Haha, Gu Fei smiled. Primal Chaos Divine Light emerged from his body, and the 9th Heaven Star's sword in his hand blossomed with a dazzling black light. The cold sword chi spread out, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Swoosh!